Sports. We are the Fourth. We are the Wild.
Become a chilly night for baseball on this Friday night in downtown Cincinnati, but pretty nice. And we're set to go. Big weekend series. The defending world champion Chicago Cubs come to town to take on the Cincinnati Reds. Look inside the National League Central Division so far. The Reds sit atop the Central, a half game better than both these Cubbies and the Brewers, as we're set for the first of three. Hi again, everybody, alongside Chris Welsh and Jim Day. I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds baseball. Let's get right to it. Pitching matchups for this weekend. Clearly, the young Reds pitching rotation outside of Bronson Arroyo on Sunday against a veteran, successful bunch for the Cubbies.
Yeah, you may want to call it 1-2-3 for the Cubs when you're running out John Lester, Jake Arrieta, and then John Lackey. Tonight, Tim Alderman gets the ball, a right-hander who's pitched very well since being recalled from down in the minor leagues. And Alderman is a guy that has to keep them off balance a little bit. He pinpoints his fastball. He's got nice movement on a two-seamer, and he can run it up in the zone now and again. But again, he's got to be a guy that has been right on the corners with just about everything he throws. So far, so good for Tim Alderman.
Well, the Reds have had outstanding starting pitching during the just completed Baltimore series. The problems, Chris, come offensively.
Well, you're right. I mean, the Orioles pitching staff simply shut the Reds down. But, you know, the Reds pitching staff did the same thing to the Orioles. Sometimes games take on that kind of energy where it's a big offensive game and both teams explode offensively. Other times the series takes on, well, the opposite, and that would be pitching dominant. And that's what's happened lately. You got to get the top of the order going if this ball club is going to score runs. That means Billy Hamilton and Jose Peraza getting on base and trying to run against John Lester.
Well, John Lester knows all about not getting much run support. He does not have a decision despite that sparkling 1.00 ERA.
Now, here's a guy that came in second in the Cy Young Award voting last year, won 19 ball games. I think that he doesn't even care about run support. I mean, he wants to win ball games. He knows what his job is, and that's to keep his team in the game. He does that very well by keeping the ball down in the zone and in the ballpark.
When we come back, we'll check in with our main man, Jim Day. Reds have some payback coming to these Cubbies. They wore the Reds out last year, winning 15 of the 19 games. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
News meteorologist John Gump. Friday night, and the defending World Series champions in town for a weekend series here. My in-laws are also in town, and they're staying with me, and they're big Cubs fans. So, Reds, come on, we got to bring our A game this weekend. Temperatures tonight, kind of cool, falling from the upper 50s into the low 50s. Expect a chance for showers increasing after the 6th inning, but that rain will be light. Hopefully, we can play right through it. Hopefully, the Brads can give me something to brag about this weekend to my in-laws. Enjoy the game right here on Fox Sports Ohio.
For several seasons, the Reds enjoyed dominating the Cubs in the series on the season, but as the Cubs got better en route to a World Championship last year, those numbers changed. Check out our Alcanac storylines for tonight. You'll see that the Cubs won 15 of 19 games last year, outscored the Reds big time. But look at the home runs. 42 home runs. That's the most ever allowed by the Reds to a single opponent in a single season. In charge of keeping that number down, at least for tonight, that would be right-hander Tim Adelman. It's the Reds and the Cubs. We're early in the season, but it's for first place in the National League Central. Cubbies and their fans are here. We hope the Reds are here as well. Tom and Chris are next.
Right along the banks of the mighty Ohio, Joe Madden brings his defending world champion Chicago Cubs to town. 63-year-old Pennsylvania native led the Cubs to that first World Series title in 108 years a season ago. The starting lineup presented by Menards. Local kid from right up the road, Kyle Schwarber in left. Chris Bryant, the reigning MVP, at third. Anthony Rizzo at first. Addison Russell, the shortstop. Jason Hayward in right field, and Wilson Contreras behind the plate. Javier Baez, John Luster in the 8-hole, and Albert Amora Jr. batting ninth and center. Starting it for the Reds is right-hander Tim Adelman. He's pitched in one game since being brought up from the minor leagues.
Adelman was up with the major leagues last year. In fact, he was one of 12 major leaguers to make their debut as a Red back in 2016. He made a number of starts for the Reds, and he was injured. That's why he didn't get more starting opportunities towards the end of the year. He was in the fight for trying to be in the rotation coming out of spring training, but here he is getting start number 2.
Schwarber, a swing and a miss to start it, and we're underway. Much cooler than we've had the last number of days in Cincinnati. 61 degrees our game time temperature. Expecting a lot colder than that for tomorrow afternoon's 1:10 start. And that got a piece of Schwarber. Second pitch of the game, he's aboard. Here comes the reigning National League's most valuable player. IGS bringing the energy, and Chris Bryant against the Reds. Chris brought that and more.
Well, you've got to pitch him very carefully. That means just staying out of the middle of the plate, because when he catches fire, he is the type of player that can carry a ball club for quite a long time. I mean, he's nowhere near what he can be. I mean, right now coming into this ball game with a .230 batting average, but always dangerous.
Bryant 0 for 6 in his career against Adelman with a couple of strikeouts. Off to a quiet start by Chris Bryant standards. Although he does have 9 runs batted in. You see the on base percentage better than 100 points higher than his .230 batting average. They'll get one. Bryant runs very well, and they still, oh boy, it looked like they had him, but safe the call at first. Man, was that turned nicely by Peraza. And that's the right call.
Yeah, I think they're going to call him. They're going to rule him safe. There'll be no demand for a review from the Reds dugout.
So that'll bring up their first baseman, now playing in his 5th season as a Chicago Cub, and that is Anthony Rizzo. 1 home run, 3 runs batted in. Powerful left-handed slugger, and there are plenty of those up and down this Cub batting order. Cubs come in 5th in the league in batting average. They're 3rd in on-base percentage, but the slugging percentage is down. They're 11th among all National League teams, 9th in runs scored. Rizzo has had back-to-back seasons of 30+ home runs and 100+ runs batted in. A .292 batter a season ago, and by the way, he added 43 doubles.
Anthony Rizzo is fearless at the plate. He was hit 30 times by pitches back in 2015. That number went down to 16 last year, but that's the way you have to pitch to him, is as fearless as he is in the batter's box. That means coming after him inside to take that power away.
Straight up in the air.
Really good pitch by Adelman.
And that's out number 2. Take a look at the Reds on defense presented by Ford. This has pretty much been the lineup they're going with each and every day. Schebler again in right field. Suarez missed the first game of the Baltimore series with a stiff neck, but has played now each of the last 3. Addison Russell, former #1 prospect with the Oakland Athletics. You saw him take his hand off the bat. He wanted timeout, but either the umpire didn't see it or decided not to grant it. After waiting a long time on Adelman to get the sign and deliver the pitch. Now you got to keep an eye on Bryant. This is not a big base stealing Cub team. They have 11 overall on the year, but Bryant and Rizzo have 6 of the 11. Bryant is 3 of 4.
Well, you can't do it much better to the book than what Tucker Barnhart does when he gets a pitch down in the dirt. That gives a lot of confidence to the pitcher, because you don't want to hang a breaking ball and miss your spot. When you miss, you want to miss down in the dirt. It's nice to have a catcher back there block everything you throw.
Russell just turned 23 years young. At the end of January, was a National League All-Star in his second Major League season last year. Came over in the 5-player deal from the Oakland Athletics. That was a Jeff Samardzija trade in July of 2014. Now that's making a trade for a big-time pitcher. And, you know, your thoughts on Samardzija could go one way or the other. He has certainly never lived up to all the hype. But the Oakland A's felt like they needed him. And man, did the Cubs get a big return by acquiring Addison Russell. There have been far bigger name pitchers and much better pitchers that have brought far less to teams in return. There's a walk to Russell.
Didn't it seem like to you that Tim Alderman pitched Rizzo much, I guess, more aggressively than he did Addison Russell in that at bat? In fact, it appeared that he didn't want anything to do with Russell, even though he had no base open at first base. Maybe he just feels more comfortable about going after somebody other than Addison Russell.
Jason Hayward, 15 hits in his first 51 at bats, 5 runs batted in. A hit batter and a walk, and the Cubs have 2 on in the opening inning. Strike 1 on Hayward.
A little different batting approach for Hayward this year. He's dropped his hands considerably. He came into spring training with kind of a new approach. In fact, he rented a house in the Phoenix area, spent all winter down there working on getting to be a better hitter. And one of the adjustments he made is to drop his hands.
Hayward had a miserable first season after shopping the free agent market and signed an 8-year contract with the Cubs. His only year in St. Louis, in 15, he hit .293. He hit .230 for the Cubs last year. His on-base percentage was .306. He hit 7 home runs and 49 driven in, playing every day. Jam shot roller foul. And that continued right on through the postseason for Hayward. I mean, he hit under 100 in the division series. He hit under 100 in the league championship series. And he barely batted over 100 in the World Series.
And that's what prompted him, under all the pressure of a big contract, you know, with the team that won the World Series last year, even with that kind of production, to come in and have a much better 2017.
See if Adelman can put him away, and in this first inning, Cubs have 2 on. And off the inside corner, Jeff Nelson calls the balls and strikes. Laz Diaz at first. Doug Eddings is at second base, and Corey Blazer, the umpire, at third.
Well, this is, you'd like to call, Tom, a decision pitch on a 2-2 count. You don't want to go 3-2. Runners will be off with the pitch in that case, and a long single could actually score Russell from first base, who runs well. I got to figure they're going to come right back inside on Hayward right here and use that fastball.
Got him to chase up and away, and that'll end the inning. 2 left. John Lester to face Hamilton, Peraza, Votto and company when we return. series. After winning each of their first 3 on the year, they've dropped the 2 on this homestand to Milwaukee and, of course, to Baltimore in the rubber game in extra innings last night. Red starting lineup presented by Menards. It'll be Billy Hamilton, Jose Peraza, Joey Votto, Adam Duvall, Suarez, Cozart in the middle, Schebler, Barnhart, Adelman at the bottom. Long-time successful major leaguer, left-hander John Lester on the mound and off to a great start this year. His numbers presented by Mazda.
Well, overall, the numbers you see, he's only given up an earned run average of 1.0 in 18 innings, but he's won 146 wins against 84 losses. So, you know, he's the type of pitcher that you send out there and you're pretty confident that he's got a really good chance of not just staying in the game, but winning that ball game this night. The one thing that he has that is a little bit of a chink in his armor is the inability to control the running game. That's why it's so important for the top of the order to get on base.
Tell you what, the first 3 hitters in this Reds lineup have had uncanny success against Lester. They are combined 17 for 44. That's nearly a .390 batting average. They have 4 doubles, 2 triples, and 2 home runs. Guess who has the 2 home runs against Lester? Billy Hamilton.
Looking at him. Well, there was some talk about juggling up the Cubs rotation and having Lester not pitch in this series at all. But as it turns out, he pitches here the first game, and Jake Arrieta will pitch tomorrow.
In the air to right field, and that's played by Hayward.
You know, the other thing to keep in mind with John Lester, and not only for Billy Hamilton, but anybody else on this Reds ball club that has a little bit of speed, he does not like throwing to the bases one bit. In fact, he's got the yips. So it doesn't mean that he can't throw you out if you bunt the ball right back to him. But if you've ever watched him and he gets a ground ball back to him, what he likes to do the most is run the ball about halfway to first base and then underhand it to the first baseman. So a good bunt, you know, making the pitcher feel the ball, you're going to have a pretty good chance of being on base.
Well, for years and years and years, whether it was in Boston or with Chicago, David Ross was the personal catcher for John Lester. And a lot of people were wondering when the year began, you know, Ross retired. And what kind of effect would that have on Lester? Well, 3 starts in, he has not skipped a beat. Saw the numbers, 18 innings. He's only allowed 2 runs, has not surrendered a home run. He's punched out nearly a batter per inning. There you see, he'll run it over to the first baseman and the flip from about 10 feet away. The Cubs on defense presented by Ford. Schwarber, the former catcher, now out in left field. Now Mora Jr. takes over in center for the departed Dexter Fowler. Of course, he's now a Cardinal. And the regular cast of characters we saw nearly every day last year. Now Joey Votto. Last 24 innings, the Reds have scored a total of 1 run. That was after they scored 9 runs in the first 3 innings. The series opener against Baltimore. They got 2 in the first, 5 in the second, 2 in the third. They did not score the rest of that game. They were shut out the following night on 2 hits. And then last night, another game of 2 hits in 10 innings. The only run, a Votto home run.
Well, a very good game that was pitched by Wade Miley, who was really hitting his corners when he pitched against the Reds last night. And you got another left-hander out there who is exceptional with command, throwing the ball where he wants it in the zone. A little flinch there by Jeff Nelson. I think Lester may have thought he had a strikeout.
Well, Lester will politic out there on the mound. during the entire game. You'll know it if he doesn't like the call. And it was clearly a ball. Three-two pitch. And now Votto will be the one to disagree. No score at the end of one.
World champion Chicago Cubs. The last time they were reigning champs, the year was 1909. There were only 46 U.S. states and not 50. 16 MLB teams in 10 cities. Ty Cobb was your home run leader, and your ERA leader, Christy Mathewson, just ahead of the crafty left-hander Chris Welch back in 1909.
Well, by that time, Chris was already in the broadcast booth, Jim, but thank you for pointing that out.
Oh, Mathewson, he was going to be a pretty good player.
Yeah, you were touting him a couple of years before he got to the big leagues.
He came on and eventually managed the Reds for a short period of time, I believe. Did he not? I know he pitched for the Reds a very short period of time. I thought he may have managed too. I have to look that one up.
Wilson Contreras sharing catching duties with Miguel Montero. This one driven deep down the right field line into the corner, and that is a foul ball.
They really like this young man. He's only 24 years old, Contreras is. They signed him as a free agent out of the country of Venezuela. It took him 7 years to get to Double-A ball. 2015 finally was kind of a coming out year for Contreras when he and Kyle Schwarber kind of shared catching duties at their Double-A team, and ended up being the Cubs minor league player of the year that year. They brought him up last year. He was tutored both by Miguel Montero, who's the other catcher on this team, and David Ross. So they had 3 catchers on the team for a part of the year last year, and he was there to be like a sponge, soak up all the knowledge he could possibly get from those 2 veteran catchers. And now he's become John Lester's main catcher, and really the main catcher on this Cubs ball club.
Christy Mathewson had parts of 3 years managing the Reds, a 7th place finish, a 4th place finish, and a 3rd place finish. 1916 to 1918. High heat from Adelman. That'll take care of Contreras. 2nd strikeout for the Reds right-hander.
You know, the thing that has kept Tim Adelman around pursuing his dream of being a big leaguer is his ability to make a 91-mile-an-hour fastball look more like it's 95. And it's all about finishing the end of it, having a little bit of life on that fastball, and of course staying out of the center of the zone. That ball just a little bit too high for Contreras to get the bat on.
A very, very light rain begins to fall. Saw a lot of rain here last night, never enough to stop the game between the Reds and the Orioles. It went 10 innings. Breaking ball misses into Javier Baez. Played a little bit of everywhere for these Cubs, and of course he was one of their great postseason heroes at the plate and in the field. Ball hit right on the screws, will sail over the head of Duvall. And here comes the throw into second base. It's not going to be in time, and that's a two-base hit for Javier Baez with one out.
Young man's got tremendous power. He's not especially a big guy when you compare him, say, to Chris Bryant. 6 feet, 190 pounds, but boy, he never gets cheated at the plate and puts a barrel right on that fastball.
Pitcher spot bats in the ace spot in the Chicago batting order, and that's Lester. He's 0 for 6 as a batter, does not have a sacrifice. Strike one. Good breaking ball right there from Adelman to get ahead at 0-2. Adelman's only appearance with a major league club came in relief on Easter Sunday. He went 4 innings, allowed 2 hits, 1 run. That was a home run. He did not walk a batter while fanning 5.
He was out there so long it seemed like a start.
Well, that was a game when Sal Romano made his major league debut. Adelman came in and really quieted everything down, working the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th innings. Did not allow the run until his final inning. But the Reds offense again very quiet that day. Only 2 runs and 5 hits and a 2-run loss. Runner goes to third, and now they have him in a rundown, and they'll tag him out. Thank you very much.
Well, Baez read that play like he thought that perhaps Tucker Barnhart would not be able to locate the baseball. Barnhart goes down to block it. And at this point, probably when he doesn't see Barnhart come up with the ball immediately, he figures maybe that ball went through the wickets and gets away from Barnhart and gets caught out there in no man land.
I don't know how in the world Zach Cozart caught that ball. We'll go back to that replay when we come back as Lester strikes out to end the inning. RBI Baseball 2017. It's back. Get RBI Baseball today for Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and mobile devices. Learn more at RBIGame.com. The angle of this throw by Suarez and the runner going back to the bag. I don't know how Cozart ever catches this ball.
Well, you normally think it would be Peraza's ball, but he's playing very deep at second base and couldn't get to the bag. So heads up, Cozart went over there. And the throwing lane is what really amazed me.
Yeah.
Is that, you know, it looked like that the throw from Suarez was going to hit Baez right in the back. It's almost like a quarterback leading a receiver right there, and Cozart makes the catch.
That's really nice.
And the points.
You see with that runner coming right at him, and at some point he had to lose sight of the ball just for a fraction of a second, I would assume. We'll ask him about it tomorrow.
See, that's where, from a base runner standpoint, you want to run at the fielder. You can do that legally without being called out for interference. You can't make it look like you're trying to get in the way of the throw, but you can run right at the fielder, hoping that you either make him miss or maybe the ball even hits you in the back.
Of course, a lot of guys don't want to do that for fear that they're going to get hit in the back of the neck or the head.
Now they got a helmet on. You want to win a game or what?
Two hoppers short by Duval, 1-1.
We used to have a coach who would come around. Actually, he was a coach with the Pittsburgh Pirates, and I'm not so sure he's with us anymore. He may have passed away. His name was Billy Scripture. And Billy Scripture was a minor league coach who was known for cranking up the pitching machine and standing in the middle of home plate and allowing the pitchers to hit him in the chest. I mean, these babies were coming out of there hard. One after another after another. He'd hold his breath and he'd kind of make his body nice and tight, and boom, 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 these pitches would be hitting them, and they drop to the ground. He says, see, it doesn't hurt when you get hit. And he'd walk away and of course probably ice it down, but I think the message was well received.
Maybe that's where they got that scene from Happy Gilmore.
Could have been.
Wow. Four in a row retired by Lester, and here's Suarez. Takes a breaking ball down and in. 2 balls and no strikes against John Lester. Scoreless in the second inning. It's a foul ball.
You know, if you see Lester come in like that with a fastball, he loves to do that. And one of the things that Lester does is that he pitches from the very first base side of the pitching rubber. And when he starts coming in, he's got that angle where it's very tough for a hitter when he throws the ball on the inner part of the plate. I mean, that angle is coming right in there on you, and it's very hard to get the barrel on the ball. And that's one of the things all the right-handed hitters around the league talk about with John Lester. He keeps it down and he keeps it in, and that's a very hard pitch to keep fair.
Full count on Suarez. On base percentage up over .410 for Suarez. .333 batted. 3 home runs, 10 runs batted in. Co-leader along with Scooter Gennett. And the Reds have their first hit and first base runner of the night.
Now Suarez got one that maybe Lester wanted inside. It kind of hung out over the plate a little bit. And he's able to punch it through the infield. Now Suarez normally doesn't steal a lot of bases, but I think anybody on this ball club really ought to be thinking about taking a shot at it with John Lester on the mound. I mean, we hear it preached every time the Cubs go into a new series. The base running coach says, hey, this is where you need to take your lead, because he'll never throw over to first base. And he won't. But Contreras will throw to first. fact, the last time Lester pitched, he threw 2 runners out. Contreras did against the Pittsburgh Pirates, and he picked one off of first base.
The career stolen base success rate against Lester is over 70%. And really the problems have been heightened on the yips, if you will, and that's the best way to describe it, just in the last handful of years.
I mean, teams say time after time, we're going to take advantage of that, and then when it comes actually down to doing it in the game, they don't do it. That's a big lead right there for Suarez. I mean, really big lead. Now, one thing that Lester does do well is he's very compact and he's quick to the plate. I mean, after giving up 191 stolen bases and having only 77 thrown out in his career, it probably doesn't bother him anymore.
Well, you'd love to see Suarez quickly, though, get into scoring position and give Cozart a chance to drive him in. I mean, look at the size of that lead, and he's still not running. Running this time, and it's popped up by Cozart. Suarez doesn't know it. He just keeps running. He didn't pick up the third base coach, and apparently he had no idea how many outs there were, because he just kept running. Ball break brought to you by T-Mobile. Chris, you were telling this story earlier today. Tell it for our viewers.
Well, Madison Bumgarner and the San Francisco Giants had a day off in Denver. On that day off, Madison Bumgarner decided to go out and do a little dirt biking. And he fell off the bike. He bruised his ribs, shoulder sprain, and they think it could be a serious shoulder sprain. He went to the hospital. He's now out of the hospital, back at the team hotel resting. They'll be evaluating him next week, but meanwhile he's on the DL, and after all those starts and all those innings and all those pitches where he never missed a start, well, a dirt bike accident has sidelined him.
Tell you what, it makes you wonder if the Giants would even remotely consider looking into the idea of voiding his contract if it's a very serious injury, and obviously we hope and pray that it's not, but there is very clear language in most contracts, and when you go do things like that, should something happen, that there would be a rightful suit there. You generally would never see it happen in Major League Baseball because the teams don't want to lose a player if they had a chance to bring him back. Fly ball into center field, and that's out number 1 by Albert Amora Jr. And I don't want anybody to think that I'm suggesting they do that. I'm just saying there have already been whispers around that what if they decided to do it.
Surely comes under the category of stupid. And there are clauses. I mean, there are general clauses, all sorts of ones in Major League Baseball players' contract. But the general ones that are normally in every one would include, you know, banned activities like motorcycle riding, dirt biking. I don't know whether it was a motorized vehicle, whether it was just a mountain bike. But yeah, all those types of things. You know, skiing, I think, is one of those that is normally in everybody's contract. Car racing. The things that can sideline you.
Well, remember, that's how the Reds took advantage of, for a very short amount of time, a great player for them was Ron Gant. After Gant had the accident where he shattered his ankle, and Reds wound up getting him for nothing, and he sat out a year. And then a big part of that team that made it to the 1995 League Championship Series. Remember, about 15 years ago, there was another giant, although he out and out lied about it, and that was Jeff Kent. He was riding a motorcycle, had an accident, broke his wrist, and then lied about it. And the team found out the truth.
Said he was washing his car.
Right.
That's why I haven't washed my car since, except at Mike's Car Wash.
Wow. You are something.
I'm working him in there now.
You are something. Boy.
Well, I missed Bow Tie Tuesday this week.
Yeah, you did.
So,
and we won for Mike's Car Wash, and all the folks out there looking for a car wash. As Schwarber pops it up, that's easy for Suarez, 2 away.
Well, so far so good for Tim Adelman. I mean, he's not been hit hard except that one line drive double that Javier Baez had in the 2nd inning. He's throwing the ball to the periphery of the strike zone and is in command. I mean, the Cubs are kind of riding a little bit of a wave where they have won back-to-back games in dramatic style. They think their offense is beginning to come around a little bit.
High and deep into right center field, but it'll stay in the ballpark. And Billy steps in front of Schebler, and that will end the inning. So 1-2-3 inning for Adelman. Reds coming up in a scoreless game. with the new Star Wars themed ticket package. For as low as $30, you get a Reds ticket and a limited edition Star Wars Stormtrooper. Limited quantities are available. Purchase today at Reds.com/Star Wars. I believe those dates, May 5th and 6th, those are when the San Francisco Giants are in town. We were just talking about them a minute ago. Reds will open the month of May after this upcoming road trip with a homestand against Schebler. Lifts one into right center field. That'll be caught by Hayward. That'll be the Pirates coming in, followed by the Giants, and then a 2-game stop for the New York Yankees. That'll be fun.
That's a good homestand right there. Real good homestand. Weather ought to be nice. Big time teams coming in. Looking forward to seeing the Giants and of course the Yankees for a couple of games. Our old friend Paul O'Neill will be rolling in, I'm sure, with the Yankee broadcast crew.
Paul still making his home here in Greater Cincinnati. You get him out on the golf course every now and again.
Well, when he wants to come back from Florida.
One out, nobody on. Tucker Barnhart, the batter. 282 hitter. Without a home run, has 3 runs batted in. Each team with 1 hit. The Cubs have stranded 2. Lester tonight making his 10th career start against the Reds, all of which have come since he joined the Cubs in 2015. Chicago won his first 8 starts. He didn't win them all, but the team won them all before a 7-4 Reds win in October of last year. That one bobbled by Addison Russell, and Barnhart aboard with 1 out here in the 3rd.
Hit well by Barnhart, but right at the shortstop. You'd think that Russell would easily pick this and it would be an easy out, but that ball just hit the ground and kind of exploded on him. Hit so hard that actually the ball played him. So now here's an interesting situation here with the Cubs coming in. They do this a lot with 1 out and a runner at first base. They're really dying to get this runner at second base here. So what Rizzo has done is he's come in here and he's changed out his first baseman's glove for a regular glove. And the second baseman will come over, Baez, and hold the runner at the bag. They've done it about 3 or 4 times so far this year. Now, if you want to score this, if eventually Adelman gets the ball down and it is batted to Rizzo and Rizzo makes the play, he's actually being called the second baseman in this particular case because the second baseman is holding the runner at first, so he's really the first baseman.
Old Butcher Boy play. Can they turn the double play? They get the force out at second base. Of course, that's a danger. If that ball is another step to the right of Addison Russell, there might be first and second and nobody out.
I love that play by the Reds. What a great call. They get the unassisted force out at second base. Russell's trying to beat Barnhart to the bag and just does. Rizzo will go back and get his first baseman's glove and return to first base.
So a 2 down, runner at first, no score in the 3rd, and here's Hamilton, who flied out to right field his first time up. And now they'll go back to the more traditional style.
You know, it's kind of interesting when you watch Lester pitch a lot, you realize, and you can follow the tendencies. He's got 4 pitches that he throws, and he mixes them up very well when he faces a right-hander. He'll mix in a slow curveball, a cutter, a fastball, and a changeup. But when he faces left-handers, just about everything he throws is hard. It's either a fastball or a cutter. And he's giving up a little bit bigger batting average against left-handers, which would explain why, if you're wondering why Scott Schebler's in the lineup.
Right back into center field, a base hit by Hamilton, so his hot hitting against Lester continues. And now a chance for Jose Peraza to get the Reds on the board.
This feels so good for a hitter to do this. I mean, go right back through the middle, and then you see the pitcher just like trying to dive to get out of the way.
That always brings back to mind the guy we talk about all the time, our buddy Al Oliver. And Bob Brenly used to tell the story every day. They'd go to Al Oliver in the hitters meeting, and he'd be the last one they'd ask. They'd say, well, Al, how does he pitch you? He said, basically, he throws it and he ducks every single day.
He had all those things.
Oh, he had them all down.
Like the one about the agreement that he had.
That's right. We got an agreement. He throws it and I whack it. That's exactly right. He had, every time I hear those, I get a chuckle. Man, could he hit.
Well, anybody who pitched against Al Oliver remembers him, because chances are you had a situation just like John Lester did there, because he hit it back up through the box so often.
Here's a big pitch right here for Peraza. Really struggling for the first time all year. He's got a favorable count. 2-0 pitch, and he chased a real bad ball.
Well, that's a cutter that was designed to do exactly that, kind of capitalize on his aggressiveness. You know, you start to press a little bit. If you're Jose Peraza, you know, you don't walk at all, and your batting average is essentially your on base percentage. So if he doesn't hit, he doesn't get on base, and you're beginning to feel the pressure a little bit, and you get more aggressive and you start chasing more and more. That's the worst thing you can do.
All right, he had 2-0. Obviously a hitter's count. He got the cutter and chased what would have been at the time ball 3. Now you're in another big hitter's count. 3-1. Votto on deck. 2 on, 2 out, no score in the third. The cutter again,
and it's almost impossible with the swing that Peraza has, kind of leaning out over on the balls of his feet, for him to keep that pitch fair.
I don't know why Lester would throw him any other pitch.
He's not going to. See how wide open his hips are when he turns on that pitch. I'll tell you one thing about John Lester. He is just a study in calmness.
Yep.
I mean, even when he's getting knocked around the ballpark, it doesn't happen often, but it does happen to every pitcher. You'd never know it by looking at him.
In the hole, it's short, and everybody's going to be safe. So we have an error in the inning. Now we have an infield hit in the inning, and they are loaded for Joey Votto.
That's the second time in this inning that Russell has had to field a hot shot over at shortstop. This one hit very hard by Peraza. Russell covers a lot of ground, keeps it in the infield, and saves a run. Although doubtful with Alderman running that even Billy Hatcher would try to score him. Addison's thinking, is that Al Oliver up there, batter after batter?
All right, they are loaded for Joey Votto. He was called out on strikes in the first inning. Strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Votto. Battleman at third. Hamilton with a single to center. And now Peraza, an infield hit to load him up for the best Reds hitter. A chance to get on the board first in this, the opening game of this 3-game series.
I think Votto may have been looking for something off speed, and Lester just zipped it right by him. It's either cutter or fastball here. And if you want to know the difference at home, I guess the easiest way to do is just read the radar gun reading. I mean, his cutter will come in there more around 87, 88, maybe 89 miles an hour. The fastball tonight, 92, 93. But they both have action where they're moving away from a left-handed hitter.
It's about the 4th or 5th conference they've had out on the mound between Contreras and Lester. We brought up earlier, if you weren't with us, Lester's had his own personal caddy behind the plate for years in David Ross.
He's busy dancing with the stars.
Yes, he is doing quite well. Two and two to Votto with the bases loaded and 2 out. And this will end the inning. Reds leave them loaded. No score at the end of 3.
American Ballpark. I'm Jim Day. Devin Mesoraco continues to rehab at AA Pensacola. If there's any worry about the health of his hips, well, the play made last night might put it to rest a little bit. Let's check this out. Plays at first base, and there's a runner that eventually is going to come to third. No one to cover the bag, so Mezzo hustles down there, and look at the athletic catch and tag to get the runner and complete a double play. That's as good as it gets. A heads-up play by Mesoraco, the only one there that could have covered the bag. And man, did he do it in dramatic fashion.
Well, Jim Day, you reported last night the latest update on Devin Mesoraco. There is a firm date where the Reds have to make a decision on him to get him back up to the big leagues, and it's before this month is over, right?
Yeah, it is. The Reds have an off day next Thursday, and the date would be the 28th unless something happens where he'd have a setback and they would further along the DL. But yes, it is next week. And Brian Price had said there's a possibility you could see him in Milwaukee or that possibility of St. Louis.
Yeah, the Reds play in Milwaukee Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday is the off day, the 27th. 28th is the first of 3. Already a second trip into St. Louis this year for the Reds. And Jim, I understand you have an update about Rookie Davis.
Rookie Davis threw a bullpen today, and he passed with blazing colors today. They said that he was throwing everything and throwing them hard. I talked to Rookie myself. He says he has no ill effects from taking that pitch off his arm, and they'll have a decision to make as well. Brian Price has said that he is not going to lose a spot in the rotation because he got hit by a pitch. So he is going on the road trip. That'll be another decision they'll have to make most likely next week.
Well, you know, Jim, we were talking, Chris, you had the last 3 days off, but it seems like every day for the better part of about 3 years, Jim Day is having to report on players that are not even on the team right now because of injury. 4/5 of the Red starting rotation right now is on the disabled list. And now all of a sudden, Tony Cingrani is added to the disabled list with a strained oblique. Rizzo out of there on strikes.
Well, you know, Tom, I think it's got everybody scratching their heads is what's going on, not only with the Reds, but in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
All the injuries, especially the serious injuries like the Tommy John surgeries, the blown UCLs, which causes you to have that. It's an epidemic proportions, there's no doubt. Now, those rib cage injuries, the oblique, is what Tony Cingrani has, and those are rather common, and they have been for pitchers for a long time because of the torque that a pitcher puts on his midsection. But the Reds have been hit especially hard, and I think at the rate that they're going now, they're going to probably go over the 30 pitcher mark here in 2017. Some of that for the reason of maybe having an audition, taking a look at young players, see where they best fit, maybe bullpen or starting pitchers. Which ones they like more than others in case they ever have to make a deal. But I think that the pitching coach, Mac Jenkins, just ordered a box of those little stickers. You know, you go to a networking party of some kind or a meeting that says, "Hi, my name is,"
Sure.
You know, just to make sure that
exactly
everybody
right.
knows who he is.
That's not a stretch. I mean, Philip Ervin just called up today to take the place of Cingrani. He's never been in the big leagues before.
Boy, he was beaming though in the Reds clubhouse before the game. Really nice young man. He first did a couple of interviews with all the television folks, and then all the writers crammed around him. First look at big league baseball from a big league manager from the bench.
Well, the bottom fell out of that pitch, and Adelman is off to a sensational start here tonight. That is his 5th strikeout through the first 3 2/3 innings.
You know, Adelman is 29 years old, and you think, well, he's not really part of this rebuilding process. But, you know, would he be a pitcher that, you know, can continue to get some opportunity to pitch? Does it push some pressure, added pressure, perhaps on Bronson Arroyo in this rotation when you have Adelman around, or maybe he a guy that the Reds may trade at the deadline? You know, to see what you can get in return. Right now, the entry cost for Adelman was not very much at all.
Blasted into right center field, and that is the first home run this year for Jason Hayward.
Where you can see him pretty much wind up and get himself ready for a get-ahead fastball from Tim Adelman. That's a shame, too. After retiring the first 2 and dominating the first 2, he just leaves that baby right out over the plate.
No doubt about that one soon as it left the bat, and that's better than halfway up the seats in right center. So 1-0 Chicago. We're in the 4th inning, and Contreras will bat. He struck out his first time up. The only 2 runs Adelman has allowed in his 2 appearances this year have come on solo home runs. And home runs really his only issue in his 13 starts with the Reds last year. By and large, he threw the ball quite well. And Adelman's situation was really one where, had he pitched better in spring training, Chris, I'm not going to say he went in, you know, a nose ahead or a length ahead or 2 lengths ahead, but compared to some of the other very young pitchers in this rotation, Adelman had a golden chance to be in it from the get-go had he thrown the ball well in Arizona.
I think you're right about that, and he didn't throw the ball well, and I think that's the reason why he wasn't on that big league roster to begin the season. But it's also a reason why you hang around if you're a guy like Tim Adelman, because you're only a phone call away.
Strikes out the side, but he allows a solo home run. Cubs lead 1-0. Presented by Nationwide is coming to beautiful Muirfield Village Golf Club in Columbus. That's May the 29th through June the 4th. And you can order your badges right now at memorialbadges.com. Great event. Jack Nicklaus kicking that off many years ago. If a Red hits a home run off the Toyota side. All right, bear with me here now. Let me try it. DeWitt Zalik from Cincinnati will win that tunnel. And I apologize if I mess that up. You can register for your chance to win at an upcoming game. Just stop by your Cincinnati and or Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. Fastball taken up and away. It is ball 1 to Adam Duvall, who leads off the bottom of the 4th inning.
Duvall really goes up there kind of in the same way that Jason Hayward goes up to face Adelman, hunting a pitch kind of out over the plate, preferably a fastball that he can get the barrel on. But every one of those pitches that we have seen Lester throw when he gets behind in the count has been a cutter or a slider kind of coming down and into a right-hander, hoping that he's going to swing right over the top of it or beat it into the ground.
One out. All these Reds at the same time are hitting a lengthy lull offensively.
Well, if you remember, it seemed like that they were all hitting very well at the same time. So
Duvall hitless in his last 12 at bats. Yeah, you're right.
All it takes is one or two of these guys to get going, and then it seems like it is contagious.
Suarez had a single to center field. His first time up. Slow breaking ball drops in there. A strike from Lester.
It's a beautiful pitch if you can throw it in there for a strike. Most hitters aren't going to waste their bat chasing it.
Brewers and the Cardinals getting set to tee him up. Game 2 of a 4-game weekend series. Milwaukee beating up Carlos Martinez last night. Martinez is 0-3 to begin this season with an ERA of close to 5 runs per 9 innings allowed.
Well, the way he started the season off, in fact, it was against his Cubs ball club. He looked like he was going to be unbeatable here in 2017.
Well, the Reds kicked him around a little bit.
Yep, he sure did. Well, there's Lester politicking again. You mentioned that he walks that fine line of how far to push an umpire. Maybe to get a call. He may have bought a call earlier in the game when he had a reaction and then got the next call for a strike against Joey Votto.
I'm really surprised at how much rope he gets. I know he's a veteran guy and he's been a great pitcher for a long time, but if other guys around baseball had some of the actions on the mound that Lester does pretty regularly, they'd be thrown out of a lot of games.
Well, I don't know. Do you throw a guy out for a
No, I'm not
bad
suggesting
look?
I would do it, but I'm just saying he does show his frustration out there on the mound with the umpires.
The one thing that has changed over the years, though, the umpires really can't retaliate like they used to be able to. If you really showed up an umpire back in the old days, all of a sudden that strike zone would shrink to the size of a coffee cup. And there's nothing you could do about it. But now you can't do that because they're being judged by every pitch.
That ball shot into the right center field gap. This could be 3 for Suarez. Nope, Hayward got to it quickly. He's an excellent defender, a Gold Glove winning defender. And that'll be a 2-base hit for Suarez.
Twice now Suarez has hit the ball hard. It looked like Suarez may have backed off the plate a little bit there, and he got that pitch that was down, and he was able to actually drive it the other way. It's a good swing. Young man is turning himself into a really fine hitter.
So the Reds have the tying run out there at second base. Cozart, the batter, he popped up to short right his first time up. Oh, and 1 to Zach. And now 0-2 as he fouls it over the screen. Cozart in his career 3 for 12 against Lester with a home run. Suarez coming into the game tonight had only 3 hits and 17 at bats against Lester, and 2 for 2 so far tonight. Down the left field line. Is this going to stay fair? Yes, sir. And this will bring in the tying run. Back-to-back doubles. And it's a 1-1 ball game.
Little jam shot action right here by Zach Cozart, who's very good on the inside pitch. And somehow was able to keep this ball fair inside the line and drives in Suarez easily.
So now a chance for Schebler, who has 8 hits in his first 51 at bat so far this season. He does have 3 home runs and 7 batted in. And he went around strike 1.
Yeah, they swung at the first pitch he saw in his first at bat, a line drive or a fly ball into right field.
Hitless in his last 13 at bats is Schebler. There you see that underhand toss Chris brought up earlier. Just not the confidence to just make a simple throw to the first baseman for Lester.
And that's a simple one-hopper back to the pitcher where he had time to do that. Just think about if you lay down a decent bunt and he doesn't have a chance to run it halfway to first base.
We're going to intentionally walk Tucker Barnhart. He's already been sent down to first. It's the first walk of the night by Lester. And Tim Adelman will bat with runners on the corners in a 1-1 game. 2 out. Saw Rizzo down there. I mean, anybody who shows up at first base, if he's holding you on, you're going to have a lengthy conversation and probably end up with a smile. He is certainly one of the more likable players in all of Major League Baseball, is Anthony Rizzo.
He's happy, I think, now that, well, obviously after winning the World Series, but finally to have a team around him where he doesn't have to be the linchpin and the only real threat in the lineup. I mean, he's just one of the guys right now.
Adelman puts a charge into this ball into left center field, and this ball's going to fall in. A double that will score 2 runs. Tim Adelman. How about you, young man?
Boy, he just puts a good level swing on it, and the ball just keeps going and going. They walk Barnhart to get to him, and he drives in Barnhart on this long double that bounces up against the Reds bullpen in left center field.
Obviously, it's the right move to make for the Cubs by pitching to Adelman, but he did show sign. You know, even when a pitcher, when they're right around 200 or better, that tells you they're capable of swinging the bat a little bit, and that's where Adelman was last year. That's his 3rd career double. And he only has, what, 23 Major League at-bats.
On a hot day, that baby leaves the ballpark.
Well, he hit that ball a long way, didn't he? Now Billy. Reds have their first lead of the game, 3-1. Hamilton is fly to right and then lined one right back through the box into center field. Saw Hamilton wincing after stepping out of the box following that very big swing and a miss. Probably nothing. But remember, he had an oblique injury last year, which ended his season the first week of September. And that'll do it for the Reds. Boy, and Lester is hot. He keeps staring back at the umpire. Must be his fault. 3-1, Reds in front.
here on Fox Sports Ohio. I'm Jim Day. I'm up here in the Handlebar. Now, this is one of the premier places in Great American Ballpark to see a game. They've got terrific electronics in here. It's really upscale. It's a multi-tiered section of the ballpark. It's down the right field line. You've got views of the Ohio River, the ballpark, and so much more. And the Reds have upped the ante this year, particularly on Sundays. They now have Sunday brunches. And from 11:30 to 1 on Sundays, Mr. Perfect Tom Browning will be your special guest. So if you'd like to come out for Sunday brunch with the Reds, you can also have it with Tom Browning, which includes food, drinks, and this is right up Chris Welsh's alley, a Bloody Mary bar for Sunday brunch. Big league.
Well, I mean, make no mistake, Chris is big league. I mean, there are big leaguers, and then there are big leaguers. Chris Welsh is the ultimate big leaguer.
I kind of like that idea.
See?
I may go down and talk to Mr. Perfect, see if he makes any deliveries.
Well, Lester was fuming at the end of that half inning. You remember we showed you when he was upset at that pitch. It was not called a strike in the at bat to Suarez. There was one out, nobody on, and he thought he had Suarez struck out. Well, the at bat continued, and Suarez would start the 3-run rally, ending that at bat with a double.
Well, the best way to take care of that if you're the Reds is to get him back on the mound as soon as possible.
Latter third in the batting order will be Baez, the pitcher, and then Almora Jr. Adelman's allowed 2 hits, 1 run. It was a solo home run by Jason Hayward in the top of the 4th before the Reds answer with 3. And this one launched into left center field by Baez, and it's a 1-run game.
Well, he nearly hit a home run his first time up. He just didn't have enough elevation. That time he got under it plenty. It's a dangerous lineup. I mean, your leadoff hitter is capable of hitting 30 home runs a year. Your number 7 hitter in the lineup is Baez, who really all he does when he comes to the plate is looking for something that he can just lift and separate out of the ballpark. And you gave him one right there.
Well, it's interesting that the 2 Cubs that have homered in this game tonight had not homered this entire year until tonight.
Well, they feel like their offense is just beginning to come around a little bit.
Votto will feed Adelman at the bag and retire to Lester for the first out.
Love that one pitch out there.
Well, the Cubs a little slow out of the gate this year. I mean, the expectations are just huge for Joe Maddon's team after winning the World Series and all the talent. Remember last year, I mean, they were firing on all cylinders right from day one. 17 of their first 22. They were pitching great. They were scoring. Now this year, not scoring as much. Still nothing wrong with that 3.5 ERA. I mean, you'll take that all day, every day, as a team. Breaking ball got away from him. 14 first pitch strikes through the first 18 Cub batters by Adelman.
Well, when the Cubs decided not to bring Dexter Fowler back and sign him as a free agent, it was Albert Almora who slid right into the spot to be the center fielder. Right now he's doing a pretty nice job batting in the number 9 spot, a 375 batting average, but an on-base percentage of over 400. And that's really why Joe Madden would flip-flop the lineup around like that and bat a position player in the 9th spot to get somebody else on base in front of your best hitters, Schwarber, Bryant, Rizzo, and Russell. Boy, he's got him chasing tonight.
7 strikeouts now for Adelman. There's still time to purchase the Marvel ticket package for this weekend. For as low as $30, you get a Reds ticket and a limited edition Marvel Rocket Raccoon bobblehead. Go to Reds.com/Marvel. Top half of the batting order now. 3rd go round as Schwarber settles in. He's been hit by a pitch and popped up to Suarez. And he pops up on the first pitch this time to Duvall. So the Cubs get a home run in the inning. And the Reds will bat in the last of the 5th, leading 3-2. Provided by one of the great showstoppers in Major League Baseball. How about the start for Bryce Harper tonight in the 1st inning? A 2-run home run. He has 7 already this year and 20 batted in. Get that one off Matt Harvey of the Mets. It's a good series. Starting tonight, the Mets and the Nationals. Mets at 500, the Nats at 5 over. 2, 3, and 4 in the Reds batting order. Peraza to be followed by Votto and Duvall. Peraza had a base hit the ball quite sharply into the hole at short. And Russell could not make the play after Peraza tapped out to Lester his first time up. Reds 3, Cubs 2, bottom of the 5th. Peraza gone on 3 pitches. Here's Votto. He struck out his first time up. And then fly to center field, leaving the bases loaded. The final out in the 3rd inning. Rain coming down harder than it has at any point in time tonight. It's about the 2nd or maybe 3rd go round of some light rain through the first 5 innings. It's about where we were last night, not in the point in the game, but as far as the rain and the severity or lack thereof of it. Was never able to stop the game last night. Those folks came ready. Well, Chris, we see rain quite often in the heartland during the months of April and May. Not as much this year as in years past, but you know, I've asked you this 1,000 times before, but there are always people out there that have never heard the answer. Because here's a comebacker to the mound. You were a major league pitcher for many years. Is it hard to control or have command of the baseball when it's raining?
No, you know, the baseball will always stay dry, especially nowadays, because after every ball in play, you get a brand new baseball, and presumably it's dry. The only problem is when the mound gets wet and saturated, and you slip a little bit with your landing foot. That's the most dangerous thing of all. Is that so for Lester, when his right foot hits, and it hits down here in one of these holes, if he slips even an inch, that will throw you off enough not to be able to throw the ball where you want to, or even risk injury. Got to have firm footing. That's why you don't see pitchers pitch in tennis shoes.
1-0 the count on Adam Duvall. Adam, a grounder to short, and is bounced out to third. Well, that game the Cubs played in yesterday, a thrilling victory 2 days ago. They were off yesterday. The walk-off home run by Addison Russell to beat Milwaukee. It's a bright sunny day, but man, oh man, was it cold. See people in the stands wearing ski jackets. Cubs have played in some very bad weather the early part of this year. It's where the Reds have been pretty fortunate. That ball to right. Gone. That ball just continued to carry for Duvall the other way.
Well, he's so strong, Duvall is. When he gets it on the barrel of the bat, no part of the ballpark is safe. You know, he told me before the game he's going to look for something out over the plate, and I think that he got it and went with it. Waited a long time to hit that ball. That just goes to show you the kind of strength that he has in his forearms and his wrists. I mean, Hayward knew it right away. I was surprised it carried that far.
I was too. I mean, I thought he hit it well when it left the bat, just didn't think it was that well.
That's a big run right here. Remember, with the rain coming down, and I know that there is some rain in the area. They don't expect it really to get heavy until later on this evening. You want to get that lead and keep that lead in case they have to put the tarp on.
So a 4-2 game. Every time the Cubs have scored, the Reds have answered right back. Cubs a home run in the fourth by Hayward. Reds got 3 in the bottom of the inning. Home run by Baez in the fifth. Home run by Duvall, bottom 5. Strike 3 called, and the inning is over. But the Reds get the home run from Duvall. We go to the 6th, 4-2 Cincinnati. Brought to you by Cincinnati Children's, changing the outcome together. And by your local Ford dealer, Ford. Go further. No, that's not the rainfall. We always like to send out a special hello to all those watching tonight over at Cincinnati Children's. Primary concourse very crowded right now. Some of those folks who maybe didn't dress for the rain tonight looking for a shelter. It's a big inning here for Adelman. We're in the 6th. I mean, any part of this Cub batting order can hurt you, but especially this part of the order. And that would be Chris Bryant, Anthony Rizzo, Addison Russell. Day games each of the next 2 between these teams. Adelman ahead, still nothing in 2. It'll be Cody Reed making his first start of the year tomorrow. He's thrown the ball so brilliantly out of the Reds bullpen. And he'll be opposed by the veteran right-hander and a good one, Jake Arrieta.
Gotta love the way that Tim Adelman is throwing the baseball tonight. Giving up a couple of home runs, but really not all that many hard hit balls. He's being very aggressive. And that's the way you have to pitch a good hitting team. You know, Bryant is an interesting guy because he's 6 feet 5 inches tall, but when you see him stand in that batter's box and he gets down in his crouch, he really makes himself about 5'11", so he really shrinks the strike zone quite a bit. But still delivers the power of a big guy with a lot of leverage. Adelman shook off the fastball in order to throw the changeup away and nearly got an out of it.
Well, you may have heard the news earlier. We touched on it in the pregame show during Reds Live. Chris Bryant tops Major League Baseball's most popular player jersey list. #1. And his buddy and teammate Anthony Rizzo, #2 top selling jersey. That's quite an at bat right there. Hooked into left field, a base hit. In fact, the Cubs have 4 of the top 5 selling jerseys in baseball. Bryant, Rizzo 1-2, the great Clayton Kershaw #3, and then Baez and Schwarber. Schwarber, who's not even played a full season in the major leagues, #5. And that goes back to the conclusion of last year's World Series. If you're wondering about the top 20, you have Noah Syndergaard, Corey Seager, Buster Posey, Gary Sanchez, and Mike Trout rounding out the top 10. There is not a Red in the top 20.
Would that have something to do with market size?
Well, there's no question it has a lot to do with it when you look on this list, because the Cubs, the Dodgers, the Giants, the Angels, the Mets, the Red Sox, the Nationals. You know, the only team, Houston, that's a huge market, and Toronto, the biggest in Canada.
Of course,
the Cardinals are represented, the Indians are represented, but you're right, outside of that, it's all the big cities.
And the Yankees aren't, because there are no names on the jerseys.
Yeah, the only Yankee is Sanchez. One and one to Rizzo. Full foul.
You know, you hope that with Cody Reed in the sidelines watching this ball game, and I don't know anymore, even if they chart the pitches like they used to back in the old days, they probably have interns that are doing that for them. But the thing that you learn from watching Adelman pitch is to use both sides of the strike zone. He is pitching inside very effectively to these big hitters. Hard stuff in, soft stuff away. Now the Reds are going to the full shift.
Well, they'll go into a shift where Suarez actually becomes the quote-unquote second baseman. And Peraza plays in between Suarez and Kozar. You found a very interesting article today after we were talking the other night about teams that are doing the most shifting. And there's more of it going on now in Major League Baseball than ever before. But it's quite interesting to look at the teams that are doing it the most.
Well, they're expecting to have, more than ever before based on what they did last year and just the progression. I mean, in 2011, in all of baseball, there are only 2,300 shifts. They are predicting this year to have over 31,000 shifts, team shifts like what we're seeing right here with the Reds. And some have bought into it recently and some have bought out of it recently.
Straight up in the air and playable.
What a pitch. A team that bought into it recently this year, they were at the bottom of the list the last few years at the Seattle Mariners. All of a sudden, they are all in on the shift.
That's Jerry DiPoto, their GM.
But the teams that are leading are the Rays, the Brewers, the White Sox, the Angels. None of the teams that you would expect to be at the end of the year atop the standings. And then you finally come to the Astros, Marlins, Pirates, Rangers, Mariners, and then the Padres. So there are clearly some teams that aren't quite convinced yet, and there are others that really like it. One thing that we have seen the Reds do is shift a little bit more against right-handed hitters than we've seen in the past. And I think that's a growing trend.
Well, they certainly cheat up the middle against Russell. Basically, he has the entire right side of the infield wide open.
I'm not really sure what you would call a shift, because this, do all the infielders have to, except one, have to be on the other side of the bag?
It's a good question.
Because right here, when you have Peraza at second base, he's so close to that second base bag. I would call that a shift.
Well, maybe that's why we're knocking on the door at 31,000.
I don't know. I don't make the rules on that one.
2-0 the count on Addison Russell. Reds lead by 2. Rizzo popped up on the foul ball. Bryant 3 of 4 in stolen base attempts on the year.
They are basically daring Addison Russell to hit the ball the other way.
Drew Storn is up and throwing in the Reds bullpen. Russell looking for something to drive here.
See, I'm green lighting Russell on a 3-0 pitch, because that pitch right there is one that he wishes that he'll get back here on a 3-1 count. That was his zone.
Ball 4. Throw down doesn't matter. So the only hitter that Adelman has walked is Russell. He's walked him twice. He did hit Schwarber, the first batter of the game.
Bryant really slow getting up there at second base, Tom. When he went in very hard, he didn't know it was ball 4. You can't take it for granted. He goes in head first. Still not sure. I don't know what he hit or hurt.
Makes you wonder if he jammed his wrist or his shoulder.
It looks like he's got a little hip action going on.
Normally you see it with the hand. You jam the wrist or the shoulder, or maybe there you see the side awkwardly twisting. was a huge batter right now. Hayward homered his last time up. Adelman struck him out his first time up. Tying run at first, go ahead run at the plate.
No get ahead fastball that time.
Well, this batter could decide the fate of Tim Adelman's night. Pastorin is ready to go in the Reds bullpen. Barraza, boy, what a nice play that was, ranging to the glove side and getting the second out of the inning. That's big time play.
He's got plenty of quickness and plenty of ability to cover a lot of ground, but that is as slick as it comes right there. Fields it sliding down, turns. The runners move up, but the Reds get an important out.
Right now is where a pitcher is faced with a situation where it could be a great game, or it could be a game where you go back into the dugout and you just shake your head from side to side. You've given up 2 runs. You have a 2-run lead. You're trying to get through 6, and you need 1 out.
Well, and fortunately for Adelman, the confidence should be soaring right now, because the guy who's got in the batter's box, Wilson Contreras, he has struck out twice. Because he will not be able to face Baez if Contreras reaches. A double and a homer. More than likely Price will go to the bullpen.
Tying run at second base. 2 out. And he falls behind 2-0 on Contreras. '88 pitches so far through 5 2/3 for Adelman. He's walked 2, hit a batter, allowed just 4 hits and 2 runs, a pair of solo home runs. But a huge out in this game for Tim Adelman. Good 2-0 pitch there.
2-0 curveball, and he got him to hack at it.
Count even at 2-2. Two on, 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes, a 2-run Cincinnati lead, and here it comes. Fouled back. He had a pitch to hit there.
I think he's getting the hook here, meaning the curveball.
Adelman will glance back at Russell. Got the curveball. What a pick by Suarez. Oh my. Caught in between hops and Olay, says Eugenio Suarez. That is not an easy play, and a big time for it. Their series with the Cubs in an afternoon tilt. Reds Live gets underway at 12:30. Our coverage begins. And the game coverage at 1 o'clock right here on Fox Sports Ohio, streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Still John Lester on the mound, last of the 6th inning. And he'll face Cozart, Schebler, and Barnhart. Reds with a 4-2 lead in the opening game of this 3-game set. Be interesting to see how the Reds manager Brian Price is going to maneuver his bullpen here tonight. Remember, Raisel Iglesias pitched 2 innings of no-hit shutout baseball last night. Michael Lorenzen pitched just 1 inning 2 nights ago. And the Reds no longer have Tony Sangrani on the active roster. He was placed on the disabled list, if you didn't hear the news earlier.
Yeah, they replaced his spot with an outfielder.
Yep.
So Wandy Peralta is the lone left-hander in the Reds bullpen, with Cody Reed getting the start tomorrow. So suddenly you go from having 3 left-handers in the bullpen down to 1, seemingly overnight.
Tell you what, though, Chris Welsh, you were right on the nose about Wandy Peralta. I mean, going back to last year, you said there were a lot of things you liked about this young man and stated it regularly during spring training, and he has come out of the gate and thrown the ball very well.
You know who proved to be right about that is Tony Fosses, the roving pitching instructor for the Reds minor leagues. Said it early on, and he is not disappointed yet, Peralta.
All right, then you have co-ownership of that.
Well, John Lester has not done all that great against the Reds, as you can tell. Last couple of starts he's had back in October, very last part of the season, obviously. Walked 3 in 5 innings. Tonight he has given up 4 earned runs. And over his last 16 starts, so the only 2 starts where he's given up more than 2 earned runs. So he has tightened it up against everybody else. The Reds have figured out a way to get to him a little bit.
Tell you what, this guy has been one of the truly great postseason pitchers in the history of Major League Baseball in Lester. Made 6 starts in the division series, both with Boston and Chicago, a 1.6 ERA. He started 7 games, pitched in 9 with a 3.4 ERA in league championship series play. He's pitched in 3 different World Series, an earned run average of 1.7. There are not many guys that come anywhere close to those kind of numbers. And I mean some of the greats of all time. There's a squibber off the end of the bat. And that's a 2nd out of the inning.
Very nice play by Chris Bryant. He had to come back. He was playing over in the shortstop position. That ball was squibbing down, not near the bag, but towards the third base bag. And with all the spin on it, it must have taken a kind of a wacky hop on him. Started going to the bag and then came back.
And Tucker shoots one through the hole into right field. You know what's so interesting about, we were talking about the jersey with Bryant. You know, when he got that number with the Cubs, there were a lot of people that felt the Cubs should have retired that number 17. That was Mark Grace's number for a long time in Chicago, his whole career. And you go up and down the Cubs record books. I mean, Grace is in the top 3, 4, 5 in nearly every offensive category in the history of the franchise, outside of some power numbers. But remember, during the decade of the 1980s, Mark Grace had more hits than any National League player. During the decade of the 1980s, Mark Grace had more doubles than any player in the National League. So we're not talking about some guy who, you know, had a nice career, was a good player. This guy was a great player. But the Cubs never did retire his number. And now there's going to be an entire generation or more than that. When they think of number 17 for the Cubs, they will think of only one player, and that's Chris Bryant. Patrick Kivlahan will bat for Adam, and what a spectacular job turned in tonight by Tim Adam. First start of the year against the defending World Series champions. Your team has lost 2 straight series, and he gives you 6 innings of 4-hit 2-run baseball. You can't do much better than that.
No, you're right about that.
Well done, Tim Adam.
You know, and he was probably placed in this rotation more or less to be a stopgap until somebody gets healthy, whoever that may be, or someone else, a young player, pitcher, needs another shot at an audition. He's making the decision tough. And that's really all you can do if you're Tim Adelman. You know, to get back to Mark Grace and the reason about that number, I'm wondering, you know, when they were averaging 3rd and 4th place finishes throughout the 90s. So I wonder if maybe that's one of the problems with him not having a retired number.
Yeah, and I said the decade of the 80s. It was the decade of the 90s where Grace had the most hits among all National League players and most doubles. That's going to be all for John Lester. He walks Kiblahan on 4 pitches. And Joe Madden, a very slow walk. In fact, they've got a clock out there, and it's already down to 8 seconds, and he's not even at the mound. Lester will leave our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. Justin
Of the Cincinnati Reds. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
So the night is over for Cubs starter John Lester. Well, he's having a great year, but Reds got to him tonight. 4 runs. And now Justin Grimm to face Billy Hamilton.
Yeah, those who follow the Cubs might say that John Lester has simply picked the wrong nights to pitch this year. His offense has not given him much to work with. Only 2 runs tonight, and the Reds have been able to double up on that, and with a chance to do more here against Justin Grimm. Grimm's had a hard time throwing strikes.
Well, really, that's been one of the, you know, I guess hiccups of the early part of this season for this entire Cubs pitching staff. They rank in the bottom half in the league as far as walks are concerned. I mean, this was a pitching staff the last couple of years where they had a ton of strikeouts and they didn't walk anybody. And it might turn out that way before this year's over. But he's been nowhere close. 3-0.
And he's throwing a lot of curveballs, like he doesn't want to challenge Billy Hamilton. So Hamilton undoubtedly will make him throw a strike here.
Which he does on a fastball. Boy, if you've got a 96-mile-per-hour fastball, you think you might want to use it.
That's a pitch we're really on a 3-0 count. I like to see Billy stay in the batter's box and watch that pitch all the way, rather than backing out at the time, knowing that you're not going to swing at a 3-0 pitch. Get a look at it. Get a look at his release.
Lee at 2, runners get started, and he'll turn and
not
take
a bad
a look at
idea.
Barnhart.
You know, if that happens, if it works once out of every 50 times, you get a free out, and in this case, you'd be out of the inning.
Here comes a 3-2, and they're loaded for Peraza.
Grimm thought he had that one at the knees. No reaction from Joe Madden.
Big chance for Peraza. Bases loaded. All of this occurred after the first 2 were retired in the inning by Lester. Single by Barnhart. Walks to Kiblahan, and now Hamilton. I mean, you can make it mighty tough for the Cubs now with a base hit. Because the Cubs have already rallied for a couple of wins this season late when they were trailing by 3 or more runs. 1-0. 2-0.
Now, Grimm wants to know where that is. And Contreras is going to go out and try to calm him down.
Boy, oh boy.
Kind of a team leadership role that the young 24-year-old catcher has been thrust into here this year. Right now he's got to be big brother and psychologist. Try to get his pitcher settled down a little bit. Well, Grimm is fighting himself and the umpire.
And that would be Jeff Nelson.
Been around a long time.
There's a strike. Well, if you're Peraza, you figure the way that it's going now for Grimm, there is no way he's throwing anything except for a fastball. Of course, no sooner do you say that, he'll spin one up there and drop a curve on you. He has just walked in a run. And the Reds lead 5-2. 3 straight batters have walked. 2 by Grimm. But the run is charged to John Lester.
Well, he didn't come close to the pinch hitter, Patrick Kiblahan, when he was up. Lester's going to go into the clubhouse and enjoy the rest of the game on the TV.
There's only one guy talking during this entire meeting, and that's Chris Bosio.
Well, you don't look like a world champion team when you start walking runners in. And he didn't have to just walk one batter to bring him in. He had to walk 2 in a row to get there. And now, not only that, but you bring up the best hitter the Reds have.
Well, as they say, it's never over till it's over, but you can kick down the door if you find a gap here. Because you look at the speed on the bases out there right now for the Reds. You find a gap, you will clear the bases.
Nelson must be doing a good job because everybody's unhappy. Pitcher and batter.
I tell you, he has got some life on that fastball. Does Justin Grimm, when he can find the strike zone. And he throws hard. Grimm grew up down the road in Tennessee. Still makes his home in Nashville. 28 years old. And his 5th season was Chicago.
Former University of Georgia Bulldog.
Yeah, they made quite a trade right to get him. They gave up Matt Garza. And they got some pitching in return. Guys that have made a big difference in that bullpen for the Cubs. And they acquired this guy, Neil Ramirez, and Carl Edwards Jr. That is a nice trade. Really nice trade. Grimm in each of the last 3 years has pitched 62 games or more.
All right, so now you're Justin Grimm. You got Joey Votto that played bases loaded. You got ahead of him now. Then you missed with a fastball, and then you missed with a curveball. What do you throw to Votto here?
Well, he got ahead on back-to-back fastballs.
That's why I'm thinking this, he's getting the heat.
Yep. Well, I think everybody in this ballpark would be in a state of shock if he threw anything but fastball 3-2 here.
Got a knack for drama.
Rain starting to fall again. Votto up there, ready for this 3-2 pitch with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Center field will be caught. Second time tonight, Votto's left him loaded. Reds get a run. And Grimm's going to come down and yell at the umpire. Summary, 0-0 game. 2 outs in the 4th. Home run by Hayward, his first of the year. Short-lived lead, however. Reds tied it on a double by Cozart, and then after an intentional walk, Tim Adelman drives in 2 with a double, and the Reds took the lead 3-1. In the 5th, Javier Baez made it a 1-run game, his first home run of the year. But in the bottom of the 5th, the Reds would get a run back. Adam Duvall a home run. With the Reds up 2, they would get 3 straight walks, one of them with the bases loaded, for a tack-on run in the 6th. So it's a 3-run advantage. The night obviously over for Adam. And now taking over is right-hander Drew Storen.
In his 8th season as a major leaguer, Storen's got a really nice win-loss record as a reliever, and he starts off and drills the first hitter he faces with a curveball that slipped right out of his hand.
And you could hear it hit that armor that Baez wears on his left elbow. For Storen, his last appearance had the immaculate inning. He came in and got 3 straight strikeouts on a total of 9 pitches. That was in the series opener against Baltimore. It's only the 4th time that had happened in Reds history. Starting to rain again pretty hard. Not terrible. And trouble a brewing here in the Chicago 7th inning. Runner coming to 3rd, and he's safe. And you put 2 runners in scoring position, making that throw to 3rd.
Well, you do that, and I think when Billy Hamilton got to that ball, because it got to him so quickly that he really thought he had a legitimate shot to get the runner at 3rd, and I thought he did too. The throw was just a little bit off. And it was a swipe by Suarez that kept the back throw to second base from getting the runner that hit the ball.
So now the Cubs have the tying run at the plate. That was a double by the pinch hitter John Jay. Now Amora Jr. As Storen has hit a batter and allowed a double. And those were 2 pitches to do both of those things. First pitch hit Baez. First pitch to Jay, double to left center. Amora's fly to center and struck out. We talked about earlier the Cubs are 3-0 this year in games where they have trailed by 3 runs or more entering the 6th inning, including both of their victories to close out this week's series against Milwaukee. Tuesday night they were down 5-0 and won 9-7 as Amora strikes out. And then Wednesday they entered the 6th inning trailing 4-1, and they would win 7-4, scoring 4 runs in the bottom of the 9th.
Well, that's a heads up to the Reds that this is a ball club that can be very dangerous and can have a quick strike offense. They'll put the full tilt shift on Kyle Schwarber.
Wonder how much longer they're going to wait out with this rain. Schwarber looks at a strike.
Well, I'm wondering if they have been in contact, and they probably have, with the groundskeeper. And they may think that, you know, if this is just the beginning of the rain, they may just want to try to play through it, because behind it may not give them an opportunity to get the game back going again.
And they're already very concerned about tomorrow's game. Straight up in the air. This will not bring in the run, and that's out number 2. So back-to-back big outs for Drew Storen. 1 more to go, however, to the reigning National League most valuable player in Chris Bryant. That almost had a cross-up look to it. Or maybe it was just nowhere near where he set up.
I think he was just certain that he didn't want to make a mistake right here to Chris Bryant. He got Almora struck out on some breaking pitches, looked terrible on. And I think that's probably what Storen's choice is here against Bryant.
That was a breaking ball, and it's fouled off to even the count. A ball and a strike to Bryant with 2 on. Reds lead by 3. We're in the 7th.
It is coming down now, and I'm no meteorologist, but I can tell you it looks wet all the way back to Paducah.
You just play one on TV.
If the mule tail is wet, it's raining.
And a fastball up and in, and Bryant checks his swing.
That's oftentimes a pitch, Tom, where the hitter gets called for taking the cut at it, because on that high pitch it's very tough to keep your body from turning, and then while you turn, the bat comes across the zone, and that can be judged by the first base umpire as an attempt to hit the ball.
2-1 to Bryant.
Well, you can see what he's done in this at bat. Fastball, changeup, or fastball, curveball, fastball, and then changeup. Just trying to mess with the timing of Bryant at the plate. He's got such good plate coverage, Bryant does, that that's the best way to try to get him out, is to add a little bit and then subtract a little bit.
Pretty good look there. All right, 3-2 now on Bryant. Boy, the speed of this one has come to the speed of a glacier. This is very important batter in this game. Storen still looking in. And now OK's a sign before the payoff pitch to Chris Bryant. Popped him up. Playable for who? Tucker's there. What a job by Drew Storen. What a job. Second and third, nobody out, and the Cubs do not score. Klosterman Bakery, you can get half-price Reds tickets. Got a lot going on for the kids. Live mascot races, face painters, games, and a lot more. And the kids 14 and younger receive a Joey Votto Fathead thanks to Panera Bread. For tickets, visit Reds.com. Pedro Strop comes on from the Chicago bullpen following Lester and Justin Grimm.
Strop has turned himself into one of the better setup men in all of baseball. Right-hander with the crooked hat.
A lot of crooked numbers so far this year.
Yeah. Earned run average closer to 7. Last year, though, was a little bit more like it. He's normally down in the mid to high 2s in his earned run average, and for the Cubs the last few years has been dependable and a guy that has answered the bell. 54 games last year, 76 games the year before that. You may remember that Strop was in the deal that the Cubs made with the Baltimore Orioles when they sent Scott Feldman from Chicago to Baltimore in exchange for Strop and Jake Arrieta.
That's another killer deal. I mean, just killer deal.
It takes that. It takes a couple killer deals, and it takes a couple of years maybe of drafting very high and then hitting it big time with the draft, like they did with Chris Bryant, and then they did with Kyle Schwarber.
Rain continues to fall, but it's really lightened up. Reds would like to see the pace of this one begin to quicken. The last inning and a half took an hour to play.
Well, except when they were batting.
So Suarez waiting, then Zach Cozart. So you look up at the current makeup of this Reds roster against Pedro Strop, and to back up what you were talking about, Chris, how good he's been. The current Reds roster right now is 4 for 45 against Pedro Strop. Here's Suarez. Strike one. Suarez a single, a double, a run scored in 3 at-bats tonight. Reds bats have really come alive, especially compared to the last 2 games where they scored a total of 1 run on 4 hits in the 2 games combined. Tonight 5 runs on 9 base hits against one of the best starters in all of Major League Baseball, John Lester. Ball 4 to Suarez. He's a one-out base runner. Suarez has one stolen base attempt on the year.
Well, if you didn't run on John Lester, why would you run on Stroop?
Nothing in 2 on Kozai. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. And the Reds with a 5-2 lead in the first of 3. The first of 19 overall the two teams will play during the regular season. Chicago won 15 of the 19 games last year. It's an easy double play. And that's all for the Reds in the 7th. We go to the 8th. Rizzo, Russell, Hayward coming up. Reds lead by 3.
May 6th, arrive early and be one of the first 20,000 fans to receive a Star Wars t-shirt thanks to Kroger Home Team brand. See your Reds take on the Giants Saturday, May 6th for as low as $12. For tickets, visit Reds.com.
A 5-2 Reds. We're in the top of the 5th inning. Michael Lorenzen comes in for the Reds, and they're going to do a little repair job on the pitching mound right there. That device you see is designed to clean the cleats of the pitcher. You stand behind the mound and you kick your feet across the top of that, and the dirt clumps right off. So they'll nail that baby into place. Put a little extra field dry on the mound and rake it all up as the Reds right-hander comes on to take over in the bottom of in the top of the 8th.
You know, it's interesting. You look at Lorenzen's outings this year. 6 times he's worked 1 inning. He's not thrown a 2 innings, Tim, and he has the 1 3-inning game that was part of that 21 up, 21 down effort from the Reds bullpen in Pittsburgh. I would imagine the game plan is for Lorenzen to go the final 2 here tonight. It's a game plan. Reds have been very good 8th inning or later in that bullpen. That's 4 fewer than any other major league team. And that's gas right out of the pen to Rizzo. Strike 1. Rizzo 0 for 3. He followed by Russell, who's 0 for 1, has walked twice, and Hayward, who has a hit. That's a home run in 3 at bats. Strike 2.
Rizzo has not really ever had much of a good time when he's in the batter's box against Lorenzen. 1 for 8. That's a 125 batting average. But there are a couple of others in this lineup that have done their damage against Michael in the past.
And most of that done when Lorenzen was starting. Because he didn't give much of anything up once they moved him to the bullpen last year.
No, and really what the Reds liked most about that move was that his velocity popped up from the lower 90s all of a sudden to the mid to upper 90s. This year, the new pitch that he's been featuring, the Cubs have not seen him in spring training. All they've done is really heard about it. Is just a cut fastball that'll come right in on a left-handed hitter, and he has used it effectively.
I think that was the second pitch in the at-bat in this at-bat, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was. I think that might be it too, and he's just not getting on top of it. Because we know his fastball is over 95 miles an hour. When he throws it at 92, that's the cutter.
3-2 the count on Rizzo, leading off the Chicago 8th. Boy, there's an at-bat that just plumb got away from Lorenzen. He was ahead, no balls and 2 strikes, and did not throw another strike.
It almost appears as if his footing isn't solid there. Every pitch went up and away that he missed out of the zone there.
Now Addison Russell has walked twice and struck out his only official at bat tonight. One of the players Chris was referring to, good numbers for Russell against Lorenzen. And here come the Cubs again, man. This team just keeps coming at you.
Isn't it remarkable, though, how one player has able to decipher one pitcher where the guy who bats around him in the lineup has no clue at all? I mean, Russell, that is now 6 for 10. And whether it happened as a reliever or as a starter, doesn't mind a bit right now.
Well, the Cubs put the first 2 aboard against Drew Storen in the 7th, and then Storen did a great job retiring the next 3, a strikeout and 2 pop-ups, not allowing a run. First 2 on here in the 8th. And the tying run at the plate is Jason Hayward, who's homered in the game tonight already. Strike 1. Reds, of course, with a game plan of using some of their relievers, especially Lorenzen and Iglesias, for multiple innings and not just one inning stints of a designated for sure closer guy and that kind of thing. And there are obviously a lot of pros. One of the drawbacks is in a game like last night, by pitching Iglesias 2 innings, you can't lose, or you don't figure to use, Lorenzen for an inning tonight and then bring back Iglesias for an inning tonight. It's possible, I suppose, but that's a drawback, because let's be honest about it. Raisel Iglesias is the best pitcher the Reds have. And there are going to be a lot of days this season where he's going to be unavailable because he pitched multiple innings a game or two before.
Well, that's the part of the equation the Reds have been talking about when they're trying to reinvent the use of the bullpen. You have to have more than just one closer at the end. And they have a lot of confidence in Michael Lorenzen,
sure,
and I think they've got a lot of confidence, and they should, in Drew Storen. But it gets to be tricky. When to gauge, you can overuse a guy very easily.
2-2 pitch. Full foul.
But if you look at the arms that are up and down the Reds bullpen, I mean, they really have some gifted pitchers down there. And I don't think we've seen the best out of Michael Lorenzen yet. The more experience he gets, the better he will be. I think the same for Raisel Iglesias. If you can think about him even getting any better, he will.
2-1, nobody out. Again, a 2-2 to Hayward. He did not go around on the appeal, so here we go again, where another lengthy at bat by another Cub. I mean, late in the game, they're not pressing to try and win this thing. You know, with 3 straight home runs, they're going to make the pitcher on the mound work. This will be the 16th pitch already thrown by Lorenzen, and he's not recorded an out. Well, you got to have a strike here. And this could be 2. They'll have to hurry. I'm not sure what happened there.
Well, the runner got in the way of the fielder, and he didn't slide. Addison Russell went standing up into second base. There's no must-slide rule in the major leagues. And he decided to just run right in the way right here. If you want to throw it and hit me in the head, go ahead and do it. And that cost them the double play. Actually, Russell had nowhere to slide, because after the feed came from Peraza to Cozart, Peraza kind of got in his way, so he couldn't have gone into his slide into second base anyway. As it turned out, it worked to the Cubs' benefit.
Well, that looked like that was drawn up just like you want it. So here's Contreras. He was a final out, stranding 2 in that 6th inning. The Cubs have left 2 in each of the last 2, and now they have 2 on here in the 8th. And Lorenzen to the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I'll tell you, the guy that's worked harder than anybody in his ballpark tonight is Tucker Barnhart. He has blocked so many behind the plate, moved around nimbly back there. Done a fine job.
1-1 to Wilson Contreras. Lorenzen has thrown 10 balls against 9 strikes. Runners on the corners with 1 out. And the 2-1 is even. Popped up in the infield. And that's out number 2. It's a money pitch right there by Lorenzen.
Sure is.
But he's got one more huge out to go. Here comes Javier Baez. Perfect night for Baez. He had a double to left field in the 2nd inning, a home run to deep left center in the 5th, and was hit by a Drew Storen pitch on a breaking ball leading off the 7th. Third. And that's all for the Cubbies. Good work by Lorenzen. After a shaky start to the inning, Cubs have left 6 in the last 3. Cincinnati for the annual Blue Door Bash Gala. That's Saturday, May the 13th at the Hyatt Regency downtown. This signature event celebrates the achievements and successes of the 5,000 plus club members served every day. Brian Dunsing, a left-hander, comes on to pitch from the Chicago bullpen. 4th pitcher they've used tonight. Reds lead 5-2 as they'll bat in the 8th.
The Cubs are like the Reds in as much as the way their bullpen configuration has 8 pitchers down there. If they're short a player on the bench, they will make a player move, I think, in a day or two. When Tommy Lascella comes off of, I believe he's on the bereavement list, if I'm not mistaken. Not the ideal thing, Joe Madden will tell you, but that's really where they've got to go right now. More pitchers than players.
Ladder third, Schebler, Barnhart, and Lorenzen. And Lorenzen will bat. There is no activity in the Reds bullpen. 0 for 3 night for Schebler.
Dunsing is one of those converted starters now turned relievers. He did most of his major league time in his career with the Minnesota Twins, and the first 3 or 4 years as a starter. Been a reliever ever since, and that covers about the last 4 years.
Schebler 1 hit in his last 19 at bats and hitless in his last 15 trips. 2-2 the count against the left-hander Dunsing. Brian Price was asked about Schebler following the ball game yesterday, and he said, "I've lost no confidence." He said, "I believe this man is going to be a great young player." And he used those words.
Well, that kind of backing really should give Scott Schebler some confidence. And that's the one thing that hurt him in the very beginning of the year last year. When he broke with the big league club, it was really going to be a platoon situation between Schebler and Adam Duvall at the beginning of 2016. As it turned out, Schebler struggled. In fact, he struggled to the extent that they ended up sending him down to the minor leagues. And of course, Adam Duvall went on to become an all-star.
Bat shattered in a million pieces, but he'll take the base hit out of it. So that's his first hit in his last 16 trips. That'll go down as the proverbial line drive in the old scorebook.
Well, you never know, though. That might be the kind of hit that gets him going. You can shatter a bat two ways. One, you get it in on the hands. The other way, you get it out on the end of the bat. And that was an end of the bat job there.
So now Tucker Barnard. Breaking ball in there, strike. Pirates a 6-3 lead at home over the Yankees in the 8th inning. Pirates, a team that still every series in which it has played this year, that they have played this year, has been a sweep. Every single series. They've either swept the opposition or been swept themselves. Nationals and Mets 3-3 game, bottom 9 in New York. Cardinals out to a big lead on the Brewers 6-2 in the 5th inning in Milwaukee. Barnhart out of there on strikes. They're already in the 4th inning in Denver. Rockies over the Giants, and that was the scene of that very weird story we talked about earlier tonight involving Madison Bumgarner, where he injured his shoulder and ended up on the DL riding on a bike, a dirt bike. Performance Kings Honda brings you Reds Live right after the ball game tonight. So stick around for that.
You know, the more speculation you read about the Bumgarner deal, that they expect him to be out 2 months.
Now, you know, I asked the question earlier because it was brought up by those who cover the team in San Francisco. How would the Giants feel? Their fans feel. I mean, Madison Bumgarner, outside of Buster Posey, is probably the 2nd most popular player on the team. I mean, he has been their money guy. Ever since he came there, they've won, what, 3 World Series since he showed up, right?
And he has been Mr. Postseason.
That's exactly right. But when a player does something like that, I mean, if the Giants decided to pursue to say, you know what, we're not paying this guy till he comes back to play because he did something he wasn't supposed to be doing. What do you think the reaction would be by the baseball world and the Giants fans if Lorenz had gone on strikes, 2 away in the inning?
I wouldn't be surprised if Bumgarner steps up and says that. His agent might not like that. His agent may not allow him to do that. The Players Association may not allow him. But he's always been a stand-up guy. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. The injury he has sustained is very rare for pitchers, but very common for quarterbacks.
Wow. That's interesting. Understand that Johnny Cueto in that game tonight, for the first time in his major league career, allowed a grand slam. The Rockies have a 6-3 lead in the 5th inning. There you go. Look out west. The teams most figured to be near the bottom. Colorado and Arizona off to good starts. Boy, it seems like the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers play every night of the week. They're playing again tonight. Dodgers a 2-1 lead in the 2nd inning. Runner goes. Tapper to 3rd. Inning over. Here we go. Bottom of the 9th. Top of the 9th, I beg your pardon. Reds trying to close it out in game 1 of this 3-game set. Hi there. To Klosterman Bakery, you can get the half-price Reds tickets. Got a lot going on for the youngsters, as we do every Sunday. Mascot races, face painters, games, so much more. And kids 14 and younger get a Joey Votto Fathead thanks to Panera Bread. If you're unable to come down to the ballpark, join us on Fox Sports Ohio. Reds Live, 30 minutes before every game, is presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. We'll see you at 12:30 tomorrow. Weather permitting, we understand. And Cody Reed, who's been so brilliant, Chris, out of the bullpen, will get his first start here in 2017.
He may have to use a little bit of that grandfather's tonic toothpaste on his glasses tomorrow when it rains. If it does rain indeed tomorrow, they are calling for some to keep it from fogging up. As hard as he throws, they will fog up in a hurry. I'm looking forward to seeing Cody Reed. I hope you come down the ballpark to watch him with us.
Miguel Montero will bat for Lorenzen, who's trying to close this thing out for Tim Adelman. Adelman pitched a beautiful ball game here tonight. And you're going toe-to-toe with the defending world champs and all the big names and all the big hitters. Coming off a couple of big wins this week. Series over Milwaukee. In fact, the Cubs have won every series they played. I beg your pardon, they've won 4 of their first 5. So you're 3 outs away from winning the opener. Facing Jake Arrieta tomorrow. Reed will be on the mound for the Reds, and Bronson Arroyo gets a ball on Sunday. A couple of veterans going toe-to-toe in that one. Arroyo and John Lackey.
Not often that Lackey takes the man and he's the young guy.
That's right. Been around a long time. 1-2 the count on Miguel Montero. He's had a nice career, has Montero. Long time everyday catcher for Arizona. I mean to tell you, there has been barking at the home plate umpire all night long. Montero hooks one into right field.
Boy, he threw 2 fastballs right at the lower end of the strike zone. Lorenzen did. It got calls for strikes on each of those. Montero looked back at Jeff Nelson, the umpire, each time, and then that time Lorenzen went with the breaking ball and he hooks it into right field.
You look at the way these last 3 innings have played out. The 6th inning, they had runners on the corners with only 1 out. They do not score. Foul ball out of play. They had the first 2 on in the 7th inning. Did not score. First 2 on in the 8th inning and did not score. You know what the odds of that are? In a game where there's so much statistical data and probability and all those kinds of things, to have the first 2 batters on and not score for 3 straight innings.
You know the answer to that?
I have no idea what it is, but it's got to be
sure
huge.
to have to ask a good question.
Somebody out there knows it. You're the guy on Twitter. I'm sure somebody will shoot it off to you because you can find all the answers on Twitter.
Looking.
See Reds pitching, boy, in these situations, how good have they been? Cubs are 0 for 9 tonight. 1 and 2 on Almora, and he's gone swinging.
He's had a rough night.
Yeah, you're right. Took the words right out of my mouth. It's been ugly. He has struck out 3 straight times since a pop up to center field. And most of them look like pitches like that.
Some guys look good when they strike out. Others not so much.
That reminds me of you know, our dear friend, my old partner, the late great Ron Santo, one of the great Cubs of all times, a Hall of Famer. And the 1 year he got traded in 1974, he was traded to the Chicago White Sox. He was devastated, heartbroken, and in fact so much so after the 1 year he walked away from 2 years guaranteed money and quit playing baseball. And it was big money back in those days.
I'll tell you, Schwarber and Jeff Nelson, they're jawing back and forth at it.
Well, it's been really the Cubs all night long. I mean, it started with John Lester, and then it went to Justin Grimm. Just saw the first batter in the inning. Montero.
Here was 2 pitches ago when Schwarber didn't like that one, and our Fox track shows it a little inside, and hashtag stop whining.
0-2 the count. Came with a fastball, and it's fouled out of play. And just to finish that thought, though, real quick, Chuck Tanner was the manager of those White Sox teams. Santo had struck out 2 or 3 times in a game, and Tanner would always be applauding when he'd come back to the dugout. He said, "Ronnie, you look good." Well, needless to say, there was a colorful reply by Mr. Santo about looking good striking out. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Schwarber. Reds 2 outs away. A lot of Cub fans here tonight, a ton of them. This team, even before winning its first World Series in 108 years, travels as well as any team in the major leagues. Boston would be the only team close. And what a beautiful piece of hitting that is by the local kid Kyle Schwarber. I mean, that is just great hitting. And now the tying run for a 4th consecutive inning will come to the plate.
Well, this is a staying alive swing right here. A nasty pitch by Lorenzen, and really Schwarber's just trying to foul it off just to see if he can keep the count going. As it turns out, it drops in fair territory down the left field line. He picks up a double, and a very tough part of this lineup coming up.
Some of those Cub fans starting to make some noise. They saw him just this week rally from big deficits to win. Lorenzen has just not been as sharp tonight as we have seen him for most of this season. One ball and one strike on Bryant. Left-hander Wandy Peralta getting loose in the bullpen. You have the left-handed batting Anthony Rizzo coming up next. That hit the bat. The next pitch by Lorenzen will be his 40th pitch.
I don't think Peralta can get ready by the next hitter. I'm thinking that maybe Peralta, if he's down there warming up, it would be probably for Jason Hayward later in the inning. Unless he's been up before, and he probably has. Maybe he's only about 10 pitches away.
Second and third, one out. Chris Bryant waits. And a soft liner caught by Kozar. That ball just ate Bryant up.
That's the only place you can pitch him consistently. And you really can't go one spot only on a guy as good as Chris Bryant. But you take away his power when you run it on in there, and Lorenzen has velocity and movement.
Lorenzen on Saturday got his first major league save. He's an out away from getting number 2. But it's the powerful Anthony Rizzo with 2 on and 2 out. And now another meeting on the mound. Line drive into right field. No way. And this game is tied.
Anthony Rizzo gets the first pitch he sees, and it just comes right back over the plate. Velocity is one thing, location completely different. And Rizzo, a quick short swing. Just like that, we're all a 5. Boy, the Cubs have done this in the last 3 ball games. They've won the last 2 in dramatic fashion, and they've come off the mound in this one.
To win the inning. 5-5, Reds batting the bottom of the 9th. Kroger to save big store-wide. Great food, low prices at Kroger. By Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Toyota. For over 30 offers, visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places. Well, he used to be the closer. And now Hector Rondon is setting up for the left-hander. Right-hander Wade Davis.
Wade Davis. Rondon has collected 77 saves in his career, all of them with the Cubs. 77 for 91 in save opportunities. In fact, he saved 18 last year and 30 the year before that. Hard throwing right-hander.
Just a stunning blow in the top of the 9th inning by Rizzo.
Well, the emotions have completely shifted. In the Cubs dugout, I mean, they were down by 3 runs in the 9th inning. They come back off the mat with 2 outs. And I'm sure that over in that Reds dugout on the first base side, just completely deflated.
Michael Lorenzen standing down there as it continues to lightly rain without a hat on and hands on hips. Completely dejected after giving up the 3 runs in the 9th. We mentioned he just wasn't as sharp tonight as we have seen him and been spoiled watching him pitch the early part of this year. He's been so good outside of 1 outing.
Well, you make 1 bad pitch. I mean, the pitch that Schwarber hit was an excellent pitch. He made a pretty good pitch to Miguel Montero, who happened to find a hole on the right side, but he'd like to have that one that Rizzo hit out of here back.
Peraza tonight is 1 of 3, drew a bases loaded walk in the 6th inning when the Reds scored their last run of this game. That put them ahead 5-2 before the Rizzo home run to tie it in this 9th inning. And Peraza gone swinging. 1 out. Votto tonight a hitless night, 0 for 4, and twice he has left the bases loaded. One time on a fly ball to center field, another time hit the ball much harder, but it was caught again by the center fielder Almora Jr. Votto with 5 career game-ending home runs. Pull the trigger with the pitch. It's a ball, 2-1.
Interesting how different teams pitch Joey Votto, and some teams love to crowd him inside with the fastball, others pitch him away. The Cubs have been a team that just have stayed away. Going away one more time. Get the catcher so far out there that he doesn't move his mitt, but he catches it and it's out of the zone.
Machado aboard, carries a winning run. Ball back in the 5th inning. Went the other way. Ball just continued to carry and carry. And about 4 or 5 rows up to boot. That was his 5th home run of the season. And a team best 13 runs batted in. Well, they were guarding the lines, so they only get 1 out. That's a forced play at second. And here comes Eugenio Suarez. With 2 outs and the winning run at first in the bottom of the 9th.
Interesting at bat right here if you really want to look for a subplot. Rondon, the pitcher, Contreras, the catcher, and Suarez all from Venezuela. Presumably they all know each other and know each other well.
When you talk to the players who hail from Venezuela, and they are so troubled about what is going on back in their country on multiple levels. Communist socialist government that has just run the country completely into the ground, and got so bad the government took over a GE plant. They have read yesterday, GM plant, I beg your pardon. It is just a mess. Violence in the streets, just horrible. In fact, very few of the Venezuelan players go back there and live anymore in the winter time. Some do, not many. 0-2 the count. One and two on Suarez. Throw down to second base. And trying to make a quick snap tag was Baez, and the ball popped out of his mitt. If he held on to that ball, they might have had him.
He may have had him. It looked like the throw was going to beat him down there. Contreras, very good arm, really good catch and throw guy. That's a strong throw on the money, and Baez just couldn't hang on. Baez keeps his foot, well, maybe not completely covering the bag there.
All right, so now you have a chance with a base hit to win the game. Duvall his second steal in 3 attempts. Let's see if Suarez can bring him in. 2-2 pitch. Up and in. Full count. Suarez has been on 3 times tonight. A single to center in the second, a double to right center. He scored in the 4th, struck out in the 5th, walked in the 7th. The Eugenio Suarez, a chance to be the hero right here and right now. 3-2 pitch. Fly ball center field. We're on our way to extra innings for the second straight night. 5-5, end of 9. They had a 5-2 lead going into the 9th inning tonight. And Anthony Rizzo with 2 outs and 2 on. A line drive home run to right field to tie the game at 5. Reds left the winning run at second base in the bottom of the 9th, and now we get a look at Wandy Peralta.
Now the left-hander was up and warming up in the Reds bullpen before that inning ended up coming to a close. I'm talking about the top of the 9th inning. But Wandy's been very good. He was up a little bit last year, but he has been outstanding every time he's been called on this year. Look at the opponent batting average on Peralta, .050.
Jason Hayward to lead things off in the Chicago 10th. Two teams scheduled to get right back at it tomorrow at 1:10. Tickets are available. We invite you to come on down. Hopefully we'll dodge some of the rain. We've been so fortunate this year. Hayward has always enjoyed apparently a little overtime. Those are great numbers for him. And they're going down. Well, he got worked over. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night right there by Wandy.
You know, Wandy's fastball is explosive. It's really the only way you can describe it. He doesn't really give you the feel when you watch him wind up and pitch that he's going to deliver it actually hard as he does. Watch the very finishing action. You watch his left foot push off the rubber, really kick up right there, and accelerate right through the release of that baseball. I like that body language he's giving you too. Getting the ball and getting right back on the rubber.
Well, we brought up earlier, for those who weren't with us, I mean, this goes all the way back to last year, Chris, when you had an eye on this guy. And then you really talked about him a lot in spring training this year. When most people thought the Reds would only have one left-hander in their bullpen this season, you were the guy walking around Arizona saying, hold on a minute. Keep an eye on Wandy Peralta.
He's been good. I know he's got a lot of support down in the minor leagues from those coaches as well. I go down there to find out who to watch, and they were right on.
Yeah, but you saw a little something in him though last year when he came up here, and I know that, you know, he wasn't great up here when he came up last year. He had some good outings.
Well, he's developed another pitch.
Yeah,
I mean, that slider that he has really come a long way with will be very, very helpful. This guy you got to be careful of, though.
Baez 2 hits tonight, been on base 3 times.
Oh, Cambioso
at 87.
That's big separation between the changeup and the fastball there, almost 10 miles an hour. Look at the swing that he had on a pitch that's up around his eyes. I know you want to change the eye elevation on certain hitters. I'm not so sure Baez is the guy you do that on. He's short. He has short arms. Those guys are hard to pitch upstairs, and they're hard to pitch on the inner part of the plate. Up there, you're okay.
One ball and 2 strikes on Baez. Come right back with the change, and that's all she wrote. What an impressive inning for Wandy. Reds bat in the bottom of the 10th in a 5-5 game. The 10th inning. They lost in the 10th last night. Let's see if they can even it up here these last couple of days. A lot of fans have stayed around through what has been pretty much a steady rain going back to about the what, 5th, 6th inning. But a lot of them were expecting rain, so they came prepared. And cooler temperatures as the night goes on.
It's really more of a little mist right now than it is a rain, but it is getting cooler and cooler. Carl Edwards Jr.
Ball very well.
Yeah, 6 games and nothing really to show for it if you're hitting against him.
He has walked 3 in his 5+ innings. Breaking ball in there, strike. Slow tapper down the third, barehanded by Bryant.
Always dangerous, especially when you grip a wet baseball coming off that grass. Boy, you look at the concentration that Bryant has watching the ball right into his bare hand. Fundamentally sound.
Guy's a big-time player, man. I mean, I don't say that because he's a league MVP. Those guys that managers can ask to move around. I mean, I go back to the day, we talk about this, Chris, frequently, that the one year at least somebody threw it out there that would the Reds consider moving Joey Votto because they had Yonder Alonso, you know, coming up and ready to play in the major leagues. Now, back then everybody expected Yonder Alonso to be a great major league hitter and so on and so forth. So, you know, don't think of the Yonder Alonso necessarily today, who's a good player compared to the prospect that we're talking about coming up at the time.
Yeah, and he was beset by a lot of injuries along the way.
Right.
But I get the point about the prospect expectations.
But the point I'm making is that, you know, there were so many folks around here, not only fans, but a lot of media types that were just almost as though they were offended that you would consider moving any player off of a regular position. And, you know, you and I were talking back in those days about, you know, whether it's Robin Yount or Ryan Braun, who was doing it right before our very eyes, third base, left field, and, you know, all that kind of thing. And to have a guy like Bryant, where in this series, We might see him play 3 different positions. Schebler's out of there on strike. Oh, and by the way, you know, the last 4 years, take a look at this. College Player of the Year, Minor League Player of the Year, Rookie of the Year, and MVP. Needless to say, he's the only guy that's ever done that.
What's next? Cy Young Award? I mean, really, what is next?
I don't think there is anything after that, unless you win another MVP.
He'd probably settle for another world title.
Oh, yeah, for sure. 2 down here in the 10th inning for Tucker Barnhart. Edwards Jr., the 6th Cub pitcher in the game. Boy, he looks sharp so far here tonight.
Well, he's got very good arsenal, mid-90s fastball, and a really good curveball that he can throw for a strike. His second season in the big leagues last year really saw him skyrocket his strikeout rate.
One and one on Tucker Barnhart. Drops that breaking ball in there for strike 2. Scooter Gennett has moved into the on-deck circle. Robert Stevenson will be the pitcher. If there is an 11th inning. And right now there's 2 outs and nobody on. And we will have an 11th inning. 5-5 game in the opener of 3. And that is because in the 9th, with 2 on and 2 out, the Reds leading by 3. First pitch to Anthony Rizzo. To the seats and right to tie it up. It's the 3rd time this week the Cubs have come back from 3 or more. The other 2 games they won. And we told you the new Reds pitcher is the rookie right-hander Robert Stevenson.
They only won at 1 inning for Wandy Peralta. It was a very good one. The ground ball sandwiched around a couple of strikeouts. and may give you a little bit of an idea where Wandy Peralta sits on the hierarchy of the Reds bullpen. You're not going to use him in an extended period of time tonight and then lose him for maybe 2 or 3 games. So that's why presumably the long man, he'll be in there for the duration as long as he can keep him in the game. Robert Stevenson steps in. Arismendi Alcantara will take over and right, former Cub. This is where Robert Stevenson has to just forget that it's a tie game in extra innings and just go out there and trust your stuff. Throw strikes and keep him down in the zone. Not overthrow. And get yourself out of sync.
That's Caesar batting for the first time. Batting for the pitcher in that number 8 spot. Bunted foul. A little overtime tonight as well up in New York. Nationals just took a 4-3 lead over the Mets in the 11th inning. Still batting. They're in the bottom of the 8th in Milwaukee. It's been all Cardinals from the get-go in that one, but now it's down to a 3-run game in the bottom of the 8th inning. 6-3 St. Louis. So if that game continues the way it's going, the winner in this game will be the leader in the National League Central Division. Alcantara now the new right fielder. Chris told you a moment ago. Almora Jr., who is 0 for 4, struck out 3 straight at bats.
Yeah, the way he looked at the breaking ball the last couple of times up, I'd be surprised if they give him anything straight. Back-to-back curveballs there from Stevenson, both of them good ones.
Oh, 2, nope. Batter wanting timeout. Stevenson nods ahead in agreement with his catcher, and now the break-even pitch. Came back with a fastball. Almora Jr. fouls it away.
Hey, you figure after 4 curveballs in a row, you have him velocitized to the point where he's locked in on a certain speed, and then you can try to zip one by him. Dangerous hitter in the on-deck circle.
Say, he's not far off being dead on that fastball. I mean, he has been just completely twisted in knots as Almora tonight on the soft stuff. Stevenson tried to get him to chase twice. He didn't do it.
He'll be chasing here.
Well, you got to make it look like a strike, and that's been the problem in all 3 breaking balls in this at bat. Every one of them have bounced a foot in front of the plate. I mean, there is nothing that even resembles a strike outside of the fastball so far in this at bat. So do you throw in fastball 3-2?
You hook him.
That was after being ahead 0-2. One on, one out, and back to the top of the order we go. And Schwarber, he had a big hit in that 9th inning. With 1 out, he just served a double down the left field line, which sent Miguel Montero led off the inning with a single on the 3rd.
Yeah, I don't know if the footing is good enough for Almora to get a good lead and jump out there. But this is one area where Stevenson is still working on his game, which is trying to stay compact with a speedy runner at first base and shut down the running game. Might just be too sloppy even to think about it. I get the feeling that Schwarber is hunting the fastball here.
Oh. Here comes the pitch from Stevenson, 2-0. Yep, hunting the fastball, hooks it down the line. And that will send out Mora, who walked on to 3rd base.
I'm convinced that if you're anybody but Aroldis Chapman, if Schwarber's looking for your fastball, you're not throwing it by him. That's how short his swing is. Boy, he really winds up, but the timing impeccable.
I mean, it is amazing the popularity of a player who, coming into this year, had played a total of 71 major league games. Just incredible. Played 2 games during the regular season last year after 69 the year before. Came all the way back, of course, for the World Series when he hit .412 after having not played all year long. Middletown's very own. Just up the road from Cincinnati in Middletown, Ohio. And this legend seemingly grows every day in Cubdom. 0-1 on Bryant. 0-2 on Bryant.
Two really good back-to-back breaking balls right there. Bryant takes a look back to Jeff Nelson and implies it may have been a little high in a very kind way.
Short left, caught by Duvall. Here comes a runner. Here comes a throw, and he's safe. Duvall gave it a great try.
And if you're the Cubs, you've got to take a shot right there. For all the reasons that you're in the extra innings, you force a player to make a perfect throw. A little bit of a bobble there by Duvall, but not bad. If the throw's on the money, I think they've got him. And good effort by Barnhart. A 1-out walk comes around to score.
And not only a walk, it's really who you walked. I mean, you walked a guy who looked, and I'm not suggesting he's going to look that way the rest of his career, but you walked a guy who was the most overmatched batter on either team through the first 10 innings of this game tonight. Number 9 hitter in the lineup, and I mean to tell you, he didn't look like he could have hit water falling out of a boat his last 3 at bats in this game when he struck out 3 times. But give Almora credit. Fell behind 0-2. He battled, found a way to get the count full, and drew the walk. Straight up in the air. And the inning is over. But Stevenson, a 1-out walk to Almora, a killer. Fell behind 2-0 on Schwarber, who got him to third, and a fly ball knocked him in. Let's see if the Reds. Run. Cubs scored 3 in the 9th to tie it, 1 in the 11th to take the lead. And now they're going to hand the ball to their brand new Christmas present last December. And that's right-hander Wade Davis, came over from the Kansas City Royals.
Well, a lot of guys coming out of this Cubs bullpen with 0.00 earned run averages. You kind of expect that out of Davis, though. He is that good. Hard thrower, right-hander. Came over from Kansas City, as you said, Tom, and his arsenal of pitches just one better than the other. Fastball, cutter, breaking ball. 6'5", 225-pounder.
And you saw Caesar remains in the game to play left field. So it is strike 1 on Alcantara, who bats for the first time tonight. Arismendi fouls it away. It's off his foot, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. Well, you go all the way back. What a shame Tim Adelman doesn't get a win in this game here tonight. He was sensational. Out pitching John Lester. Went 6 innings, did Adelman, allowed 4 hits and only 2 runs. Lester 5 earned runs in his 5 2/3 innings. Storen worked a scoreless 7th. Lorenzen allowed a couple of base runners in the 8th inning, but got out of it. And Alcantara called out on strikes. And yet another player from each of these teams barking at the home plate umpire, Jeff Nelson. But then in the ninth, started with a single by Montero and out later a double by Schwarber. You be the judge here. And it looked like Alcantara had a good break. And then after a soft line out by Chris Bryant, the very first pitch to Anthony Rizzo, a laser over the right field wall to tie the game. Billy Hamilton, 1 of 4 tonight, has been on twice. A ball and a strike. Right back here, 1:10 tomorrow. Reds Live gets underway at 12:30. Jake Arrieta against Cody Reed, the scheduled starters tomorrow. So you give it up to these fans, and really fans for both teams here tonight. I mean, this is a better part of 2.5 hours where this game has been played in a constant rain. And there are so many of them that are still here tonight. Crowd of better than 29,000. So a tip of the cap to both the Reds fans and the Cub fans tonight that have stayed through this one. It's gotten chilly, although you never know it looking at those guys. But it's gotten chilly and you've been wet for a long time. Two and two to Billy Hamilton, trying to keep the Reds' hopes alive, get on base and make something happen. Now back out of place, hanging in there.
Having a good at bat is Billy Hamilton. The key for Hamilton is either fouling off or laying off those curveballs the way Davis is trying to get him to chase out of the zone. Davis has 3 pitches: fastball, cutter, curveball. There's a guy who's into it.
Oh boy.
Till he yawns.
Broken bat, and the Reds are down to their final out. Hey, this Cub bullpen tonight has been unbelievable. Their starter doing just 5 2/3. And Grimm, who came in behind him, was not very good. He faced 3 batters, walked 2 of them, one of them with the bases loaded. But ever since then, Strop, Dunsink, Rondon, Edwards, and now Davis have allowed the Reds a total of 1 hit. The only Reds hit since they scored their last run in the 6th inning was a leadoff single in the 8th by Schebler. And that was on a broken bat pop-up that was out of the reach of Addison Russell. Otherwise, it would be no-hit baseball by this Cub bullpen. Jose Peraza. The Reds, well, at least they're down to their final out. Two balls and a strike on Peraza. Reds would love to have Votto get a shot with Peraza aboard here in the bottom half of the 11th inning. Just a stunning ball game tonight here for the Reds. Had everything going their way until the home run by Rizzo in the ninth. 3-1 now on Peraza. But the Reds still have a shot. Votto is waiting in the on-deck circle. We'll see if Peraza can give him a chance to be the hero. 3-1 on the way. And now it's full. Davis a long look in. And the payoff pitch to Jose Peraza. Game over. Cubs win it. In 11 innings, they get the home run by Rizzo in the ninth to tie it off Lorenzen. And the sac fly by Bryant in the 11th to win it. In the first meeting between these two teams this year, 6-5 the final. Reds live tomorrow at 12:30. And right after this commercial timeout, Reds Live, the post-game show.